On Tuesday, and James Cook was in attendance and was doing things on the field, participating. So Cook was there. He spoke with the media, did cite one reason for being there, that he likes his money and he did not want to get fined. He also said that he will be at training camp. Wasn't super clear about if he would hold in or if he would do things at training camp as well, but indicated that he might. So James Cook, for now, is participating with the Bills as he looks for a new contract at the same time. Sean McDermott, Josh Allen, and Cook all speaking with the media yesterday. You can find all of that on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills signing linebacker Shaq Thompson to a one-year deal. 31 years old, longtime veteran with the Carolina Panthers. It started to 112 games over 10 years for them, but he's missed almost the entirety of the last 2 seasons. To the NBA Finals tonight, 8:30 tip-off between the Thunder and the Pacers. The series is tied at 1 game apiece as it shifts back to Indiana. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Let's go to Gene Steratore. Gene, was it 4 minutes? What time? Hold on. The tweet came at 9:59. What time did we sign off?
I pressed the button to go to break at 56:20.
Ooh, nope.
Okay, so it's only because we were late.
Yes, exactly.
What time were we supposed to be off?
54:50.
4 minutes after the show ends.
But not after yesterday's show ended. Not when you said it.
No, I was going with...
That's better. When did he say 4 minutes? Was it 4 minutes after he said 4 minutes? Because he wouldn't have said 4 minutes. He would have said it a few seconds before, maybe 30 seconds before.
This is where Gene comes in and looks at the shot clock here.
Yeah.
All right, so did I say that at 55:30?
Mm-hmm.
We'll go and check the tape.
So, Gene doesn't tell you if you actually said it there. What Gene will tell you is what happens if you did.
Right.
He doesn't actually give you, he just lays out what happens if this is true and this is true. He doesn't actually tell you what's true.
Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, we called it. I guess this is one of those examples where, hey, just because everybody in town's hearing a rumor doesn't make it true. This is one of those examples where, actually, this one was true.
Yeah.
Everybody heard, actually, he's here.
Yeah.
Schefter said he won't be, but he's here.
He's in town.
He's in town. Someone saw him. He was on my flight. I saw someone tweeting he was on my flight.
Yep.
And sure enough, James Cook is here, so.
We've had a couple of those recently, haven't we?
Yes.
They said Lou Lamoriello was in town.
He was in town.
It just was for a very different thing than what we might have thought.
Maybe we're on a streak here of someone being seen in town being true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was it before Lou Lamoriello?
Who was there's a popular wing spot locally where everybody said, oh, this guy is here. And it was probably fake, and then it ended up being fake. Was it Beckham?
I don't know.
No, because Beckham actually did come here.
David Beckham did?
No, sorry, Odell Beckham.
Odell Beckham. Is it wrong that I went to David Beckham?
Yeah, I think it might be. I just say the name Beckham and your mind goes to David Beckham?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
The official results are in.
Okay, what time did I say 4 minutes?
You were 4 seconds off.
That's a win.
That's a win. Yeah.
That's a win.
That's a win. From when he said it?
3 minutes and 56 seconds after I said we'll find out in 4 minutes.
That's a win.
It would take you 4 seconds to read the tweet, thereby being at the end of reading the tweet, it would have been exactly 4 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, listen, that happens to us a lot. All right, see you later. We'll see what happens immediately after the show. Oh, here's the news.
Yeah, when Diggs was traded. That happened right after.
At 10:06.
Yeah, right after the show ended.
Not that we expected that one necessarily. That one I remember thinking it was an April Fool's joke because it was April 2nd or April 3rd.
Right.
I thought, this is somebody retweeted an April Fool's joke. Anyway, good morning. Hi, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Wednesday. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills. Podcast at 8, Sal at 7 to completely recap what happened at mandatory minicamp. With James Cook, let's get right into it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something. Anybody has any issue with this, you let me know why. True or false? And I feel like it's got to be 99.9% true. All is forgiven?
Yeah.
He was even asked why he tweeted the thing he tweeted, and he said, I don't know. It wasn't a plan. Which is a great answer. You could just tweet something like, pretzels are thirsty, and the NFL, pretzels are making me thirsty. And the NFL media machine will say, like, I think that means he wants to get traded to Nashville. You know, the NFL, cryptic tweet. What's it mean? There's an eyeball emoji tweeted by Deion Dawkins. Dawkins convinced the world he was going to retire for a few minutes with a tweet.
Yeah.
And here's Cook saying like $15 million. And some of us, myself probably included, kind of all fell for it. Like, well, he wants 15. And his answer was like, yeah, I don't know why I did that. Like, he just kind of did it.
Well, that's the tweet that they were referencing?
I think so.
Because I heard him answer that question, and I'm like, what? Are they talking about the $15 million tweet? Are they talking about when he's tweeted eyeball emojis?
Any tweet. The point is, it doesn't have to be part of a grand plan. Tweets.
You know, I looked back, though, through his Twitter since, like, January, and he's got, like, 2 tweets that actually have words in them. Mm-hmm. One of them is the $15 million one, and the other one is I love Buffalo.
Yeah, right.
Or I love you, Buffalo. So, and then you've got, like, there's the 100 emoji. There's the eyeball emojis a couple of times. You know, there's the clapping emoji when, like, Barkley gets paid. But he's not been out here on this, like, social media war on a day-to-day basis.
That's right.
So, like, when you ask what's to be forgiven of him, like, I don't know what's really changed for him other than
nothing. How
he's going about what he wants and how much maybe he wants it and how much he believes he can get it. Like, I still fully believe he wants $15 million on his next contract.
He's also doing the mandatory thing, the thing that you have to do.
Right. He's been
given a lot of credit for doing what he's supposed to do.
Right. Like something that is mandatory.
Yep.
To show up and do. Well, it is, though, a spot where, like, how many guys in the league yesterday did you see not show up to their mini camps because they're looking for new contracts? Whether it was Watt, McLaurin, Hendrickson, Ramsey, Jonnu Smith ended up not showing up in Miami. There have been trade rumors about him, and he wants a new deal. Like, most times when you get an NFL player and you're looking for a new deal, whether it's their own initiative or it is their agent, what does their agent and the player end up coming to? Like, okay, we're not going to this because we're looking for a new deal and we don't work for you until you do. Cook, is it the Bills? Is it Cook more like what he is as a person? Is it his motivation for what he actually wants? You know, like, it is a little strange to me that he was there yesterday. If he wants a new contract that badly, I think is either okay with the idea that he'll play this year out on his expiring contract, or he believes that him and the Bills are going to get something done before the start of the year. And if you believe that as a person, why would you create this giant headache? You know, why would you not be there? Why would you be a distraction? That could be the answer to the question. But he does kind of kill the need, it feels like, to follow it as a story, doesn't he? Mm-hmm. By showing up, like, when he talked yesterday, like, he kind of implied that maybe he could still hold in. Like, we'll see. He said we'll see at training camp, right?
He did say, "This is my team. Like, I'm
right,
here
like,
to win a Super Bowl."
What are we gonna do? We're gonna obsess for 7 weeks about whether he's gonna not practice for a couple of days at training camp.
I didn't get that feeling at all from yesterday, from what he talked about. I thought he sounded like a guy that's gonna just show up and do work. And there are some things in here worth talking about, like snap percentages. He said, I don't care about snap percentages because, of course, that's a big part of this. Mm-hmm. But, you know, everything.
He also said he doesn't really. He got asked a question about, like, the lifespan of running backs, and, like, he, like, doesn't enter his thought process at all in this. Where, you know, you're like, oh, your career as a running back is shorter than other positions, and he just kind of wanted to brush that off too. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, he was tough to. I thought he wasn't so easy to read yesterday. Because the first thing he did say was, I'm here because, basically, he did the Marshawn Lynch, didn't he?
Yep.
I'm here because I don't want to get fined.
Which is why everybody's there.
Right.
Every single one of them is there.
But then how come the players around the league aren't there?
Well, those guys don't care about getting fined because they're holding out for bigger contracts.
Then Cook will get?
Yeah, but why is Josh Allen there? So he doesn't get fined. Why is Greg Rousseau there?
Well,
Because they're there because it's their job.
they're there to start the season, aren't they? And then build the team. And
why won't they be there next week? Because they don't work next week.
Because there's no work next week.
So to me, I'm here because I like my money means if I wasn't here, they would have fined me $17,000, and I like my money. He's talking about the money he's already earned, and he would have to give them $17,000 to not be there. I like my money. To me was like that's why everybody works. Why are we here today? we get paid.
Well, some people like their jobs.
They do. Would you do it for free?
No, but he's not doing it for free. He's already been paid for it, and now I'd have to give you money back if I want to take a day off. But I need to take a day off, but I have to give you $10,000 to take the day off. Like, I guess I'm not taking that day off,
right? Because
even though I'm not happy I'm here, but I'm here because I'm not going to give you money.
Right. Well, I feel like that's just he's at work. Everybody does that. People love to say they would work for free, especially at the top of their field. Like, these football players could say, I'd play football for free. A lot of the old timers say, I would have played for free. But everybody else is getting paid, so you got to get paid too. You know what's going to be free? Playing flag football at the Olympics. You might do that for free. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe you'll get endorsement deals if you do that, and you end up getting paid anyway. College athletes don't play for free anymore. If you're any good, you get paid. Right. Even if you would play for love of the game.
Sued directly by the schools, too.
That's right.
That came down.
You might be a guy that appreciates college basketball, college football, and says, like, it's for love of the game. And those guys are like, yeah, I love this game. Oh, wait, the guy next to me got $100,000. I would also like $100,000.
Yeah.
So Cook saying, I'm basically, the version of I'm here so I don't get fined. That was Marshawn Lynch at Media Day when he said that.
Yes.
I don't want to be here, but I'm here so I don't get fined. And
fines that, by the way, can be forgiven if he were to sign a new contract.
That's right. Or I think it could just.
So really, they're not like That's.
I think they can be forgiven either way.
Either way.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't think he even needs a new deal. But fines in your entry level contract can be just waived or forgiven altogether. Okay.
So there's that too. Then I guess that they could just, give you the money back, regardless. But. It does present an interesting question to me, like, how bad does he want a new deal right now, or does he just think there's no way I'm getting it? Or does he think I am going to get it? Because it's not the common way for a star player in the league to go about getting his bag.
I think the question is, do you think it's a show of good faith towards getting a contract done?
Sure.
Or is it just he admits defeat and he doesn't have... Any real leg to stand on here?
Pretty much.
That's a good Twitter poll. Do you think this increases the chances he is a Buffalo Bill next year? Will he play
in 2026?
Yeah. Will he play a down as a Bill in the new stadium?
Mm-hmm.
Would you bet it?
No.
What do you think? I would also bet no.
I would bet no.
But then again, depends on the market next year. If he has a great year and goes to market and doesn't get what he expects to get, I don't know. It's tough. I don't think it's a gesture of good faith. Not that it's in bad faith, but if it were in good faith, I feel like he would have sounded like, "Oh, we'll get something done," and he didn't say that. Perhaps the most interesting thing that comes out of this, it's about what Allen said. He's one of the top backs in the league, and hopefully that's reflected soon.
Yeah,
the way this organization supports Allen, and I don't want to go too far in saying giving him everything he wants, but Allen is consulted, is he not? Don't we kind of know they tell him what they're going to do? And
I would assume he has a good idea.
If you have a good relationship with a quarterback, there's no doubt that there's a better chance you're going to be on the team, not cut, paid well. That's backup quarterbacks. That's maybe Dawson Knox got a hometown. I mean, not a hometown deal. What am I trying to say? I mean, Dawson Knox openly wanted to stay, and got huge money. Yeah. Like there was never an issue. Like Knox, he's here to stay. He's quarterback's buddy. He's a security blanket at tight end. He plays all the time. We love everything about the way that he operates. if it's a coordinator, a quarterback's coach, if it's he liked Keon Coleman, he wanted Kincaid. I don't think that Allen makes these decisions. But if Allen were to go to the GM and say, I really like Cook. I think he's one of the best backs in the league, and I hope that's reflected soon. Would he say that to Bean, or is that just Josh saying something at a press conference because he's being diplomatic and he's saying nice things about his teammate?
I think he'd probably be willing to and have said it to Bean, too. That doesn't mean Bean, though, will act on it.
Right.
Just because, he might in certain situations think, all right, Josh does want this, and I like it too, so, all right, yes. Coleman could have been that. Like, Josh likes him, and I'd like, all those guys are pretty much the same to me, so, like, okay, we'll go with him. In this spot, though, if you don't want to pay James Cook and you don't want this running back on a second contract, you might go, all right, like, I appreciate your opinion on it, but this is one of those spots where, like, I'm gonna go with my gut on this.
Well, it could also be he wants 15. We want to give him 9. Josh really likes him. Let's go to 10.5. Where the Josh support factor.
But the Josh support factor isn't bumping you. If you're at 9 and Josh says,
"Stop bumping at 1.5."
No, that it could. I mean, you're not going to 15 though.
No, I wouldn't think
you're not going to 14 or 15. I don't think you're going up that much higher. So it, I think it's tough to gauge, but I think right now Cook is admitting defeat is not the right way I want to put it, but kind of like I think he's
acknowledging he really doesn't have much to work with.
Yeah, I don't think he has a lot of leverage, and I think he probably knows that. And
How about this?
Like it can work out for you. Tremaine Edmonds never held out for the Bills, right? I don't even think it was a story. Him, like, would he hold out or would he not hold out with the Bills? And he played on the final year of his contract, and then he had to leave, but he got paid. He got every bit of every dollar he probably wanted in free agency. And if Cook's thinking about, like, okay, eventually I'm going to want this big contract, like, I'll go play it out. And even if the Bills aren't the team that wants to give it to me, next year, all I got to do is do one more year. One more year of this, and then I'm going to get it. So, yeah, fine, I'm here. Let's play.
My first thought on comparing, the whole, how he just laid out, he doesn't have much to stand on. He's not admitting defeat. My first thought was Scrabble. Then my next thought was hearts. And then I went to golf. Obviously, I always get to golf.
Of course, yeah.
He's behind.
There's no croquet references we can use now.
There are. Yes, there is. I learned a croquet. He's going to go ahead and hit the ball all the way halfway to the next hole because he knows he's not going to score in this hole.
Okay.
In this wicket, I should say.
He's the golf one is he's laying up?
He's behind a tree. He's like, all right,
okay.
I'm going to punch out.
Punch out into the fairway.
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to punch out, and hopefully I can get a par here. And on the next hole, I'm going to start to make my move. But right now, Oakmont's going to be that this week. You know what? I got nothing to do here. I got to take my medicine. That's something you say all the time in golf. I got to take my medicine. And here Cook is taking his medicine. It's, I got to go to mandatory minicamp, or they fine me $17,000 if I try to hero ball this.
$17,000 per day, right?
It's $17,000, and then it's $34,000 the next day, and then it's $52,000 the next day.
Because I thought it's like $100,000.
That's it. That is total. Right. It's not 17 per day. It doubles, or it adds 17,000.
Okay. Yep.
Each day individually compounding fines, I think is how Sal described it. We can get to that at 7 o'clock, have him run through that again if he wants. So, yeah, he's, all right, I'm not going to hook this 6-iron out of the rough, over the water, onto the green. I'm going to take my medicine and live to fight another day. So, all issues are, it's over. What now?
What now?
Now
Training camp is 7 weeks away or 6 weeks away.
What now?
They are amazingly. Is this the life of any great team, Super Bowl contender, or is it just the life of any team that has a quarterback and you don't have to really think about it? That are they kind of uninteresting right now as a team?
Because
there's not really anything to figure out. There's not really any. It's just kind of waiting for the season and then waiting for even more than that. Like, the thing to figure out is, can they beat the Chiefs in a playoff game? Right? Like, it's a very different life than I'm sure like you would have experienced when they're going, like every year was probably, how good is this quarterback? What are they going to do with this quarterback? Are they going to draft one? How many more years of Edwards? Just like that would have been just right there all the time. And, if you're in Pittsburgh, for instance, I think you probably got a million things like that. So, like, life is good for sure on this team, but is it almost amazing that there really isn't anything substantial to figure out other than, like, a couple of little things, right? Like,
is Bosa going to be healthy?
Is Max Hairston going to be ready to play right away?
Is Cole Bishop ready for his job? Like,
Kincaid and Coleman are a little more interesting to me than all of those others, and what they're going to become, and whether it matters whether they even take steps forward. But, like, that's, like, what's the most interesting story with them now? If the Cook story dies here, what's the most interesting story with the Bills between now and the start of the season?
Will Josh Allen win a Super Bowl? That is the entire franchise's existence right now. Will they deliver for him? Right?
More than
it's less. I feel like it is less will he deliver for them, and it's more will they deliver for him.
That's a good question. What is it more to? Because I wonder if that does to me feel like how most people approach it right now. Is almost the idea that Allen's done his job. Mm-hmm. You've got to do yours. McDermott, Bean,
and Allen
the roster, the Kincaid, the defense, all of it.
And Allen will continue to do his job.
Right.
And how will you match it? He's the MVP.
Right. And the season hasn't really gone down with him, not at least swinging. Right? Like,
the only time it did, it was Cincinnati, and it was written off. It was the only time that he had a bad day in the playoffs and they lost. And it was written off.
Let me put it this way then: there wasn't a day where the season ended where everybody else did enough and he didn't come through, right? Because Cincinnati, nobody would have said that about the rest of it.
Sure,
right? Like he maybe is fortunate in that he gets lumped in with the rest, like
because nobody.
There's probably a feeling that if Allen had been at his best that day, they still would have lost.
Yes.
Right? And that's maybe why he gets away with it?
Yep, because they made no stops, basically.
Right.
And that's last year, too. I mean, last year, they had the ball. The last 2 years, they've had the ball down 3.
Yeah.
And the GM and the offensive coordinator have both said, I would take that every time. And, they're 0 for 2, but I don't get too many people that blame him, in part because Diggs had a drop, Kincaid had a drop. Yeah. And he's putting the ball where it's got to be.
Screens to Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
Aren't my favorite. I always get right to that with that as well. And even that, like, will Allen win a Super Bowl? Again, like, January. Just we'll wait till January.
I mean, February.
February, right.
We got a long
Well, if they get through January, he hasn't played a game in February yet.
True. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. If you'd like to join us. It's Jeremy and Joe. We're streaming on YouTube. You can like and subscribe and come hang out. You can comment in the chat. Get to everything we got to get to today. Plenty of stuff to get to, including this James Cook development where he is at camp, mandatory minicamp. Josh, he said he wants to play flag football. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So
he'd have to play defense, too.
You would? You have to play?
I think you'd have to play defense.
You play both ways?
I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I'll double check on that.
Subs?
My understanding of that was that if you're there on that U.S. flag football Olympic team, you have to play both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Like, they'll need you to.
So we can play linebacker like many Bills fans that call in have dreamed for years.
But could you imagine him getting injured playing linebacker flag football?
Here he is trying to...
At least it's no contact.
Yeah. He's trying to track down... No, Tyreek Hill's the wrong answer because he'll be too old at that point. But
yeah.
So he wants to play.
You'd also need somebody from like Canada for this. Chase Claypool.
Okay.
He's trying to cover Chase Claypool in space.
803-0550. James Cook at camp 4 minutes after the show ended yesterday. 3:56. Come on. Try to take that loss. Try to hang an L on me for that. It's a great victory for me. Anyway, it's Joe's birthday. We should have planned something.
No, you shouldn't have.
Hey, I got you something for your birthday. I got you a NOCO pen.
Yeah, look
at
thank
this.
you.
Look, everybody.
This
is a NOCO pen.
so thoughtful. The NOCO pen.
This is a collector's item. There aren't any NOCOs anymore, right?
There's not.
NOCO changed into something else. Yeah.
You're sure about that?
I think NOCO's gone. So, boom, NOCO pen.
It's vintage, actually. Now.
Vintage NOCO pen for your birthday.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Still very much
you
NOCO.
can't get these anymore.
Around here, we got some NOCOs still. I thought like half of them got sold.
We should apologize to NOCO.
Apologize. We just gave them a bunch of free advertising.
We wrote their obituary.
I thought it was a collector's item.
And they still, I'm looking now, too. I think they still very much exist.
All right. They didn't sell off like 7 locations in this area.
I mean, 7 isn't all of them. Although I'm looking now, and Josh, I'm not sure. You're
I'm
right.
on their website.
Okay.
Until 2019, they operated 39 gas stations in Western New York. They sold 33 of them.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, they still do exist.
Well, they're only 6.
Yeah.
I think if you take if you take that pen to one of those, you might get like a discount or something. So happy birthday, Howard! Howard once got me something out of the vending machine for my birthday.
Oh, that's good. What was it? Was it your choice of what to get out of the vending machine?
I don't even think so. I think it was one of those.
He chose.
I think it was one of those Nature Valley granola bars.
The worst thing in the vending machine.
Yeah, that'd be my top choice.
It would?
Yeah, I think so.
Those things are overrated.
I can convince myself it's moderately healthy, so that's why.
But see, that's the trick. I think I've either read or just somehow know that those things are not nearly as healthy as you think they are. So at that point, like, just give me something unhealthy anyway.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on James Cook. Sal at 7, Joe Marino at 8. Of course, Bill's mandatory minicamp rolling along. Sal's got coverage at our website. He's got a article, something he loved from training camp, in addition to just James Cook being there. So takeaways, all that good stuff. You can join us on the phones. 803-0550 is all forgiven with Cook. And do you think this will be his last year? Give us a ring on WGR. I settled at 11. I'm glad to do that. I think the question is, do you think it's a show of good faith towards getting a contract done?
Sure.
Or is it just he admits defeat and he doesn't have any real leg to stand on here?
Pretty much.
That's a good Twitter poll. Do you think this increases the chances he is a Buffalo Bill next year? Will he play
in 2026?
Yeah. Will he play a down as a Bill in the new stadium?
Mm-hmm.
Would you bet it?
No.
What do you think? I would also bet no.
I would bet no.
But then again, depends on the market next year. If he has a great year and goes to market and doesn't get what he expects to get, I don't know. It's tough. I don't think it's a gesture of good faith. Not that it's in bad faith, but if it were in good faith, I feel like he would have sounded like, "Oh, we'll get something done," and he didn't say that. Perhaps the most interesting thing that comes out of this, it's about what Allen said. He's one of the top backs in the league, and hopefully that's reflected soon.
Yeah.
The way this organization supports Allen, and I don't want to go too far in saying giving him everything he wants, but Allen is consulted, is he not? Don't we kind of know they tell him what they're going to do? And
yeah, I would assume he has a good idea.
If you have a good relationship with a quarterback, there's no doubt that there's a better chance you're going to be on the team, not cut, paid well. That's backup quarterbacks. That's maybe Dawson Knox got a hometown. I mean, not a hometown deal. What am I trying to say? I mean, Dawson Knox openly wanted to stay, and got huge money. Yeah. Like there was never an issue. Like Knox, he's here to stay. He's quarterback's buddy. He's a security blanket at tight end. He plays all the time. We love everything about the way that he operates. if it's a coordinator, a quarterback's coach, if it's he liked Keon Coleman, he wanted Kincaid. I don't think that Allen makes these decisions. But if Allen were to go to the GM and say, I really like Cook. I think he's one of the best backs in the league, and I hope that's reflected soon. Would he say that to Bean, or is that just Josh saying something at a press conference because he's being diplomatic and he's saying nice things about his teammate? With James Cook, let's get right into it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something. Anybody has any issue with this, you let me know why. True or false? And I feel like it's got to be 99.9% true. All is forgiven?
Yeah.
He was even asked why he tweeted the thing he tweeted, and he said, I don't know. It wasn't a plan. Which is a great answer. You could just tweet something like, pretzels are thirsty, and the NFL... Pretzels are making me thirsty. And the NFL media machine will say, I think that means he wants to get traded to Nashville. The NFL, cryptic tweet. What's it mean? There's an eyeball emoji tweeted by Deion Dawkins. Dawkins convinced the world he was going to retire for a few minutes with a tweet.
Yeah.
And here's Cook saying $15 million. And some of us, myself probably included, kind of all fell for it. He wants 15. And his answer was I don't know why I did that. He just kind of did it.
Well, that's the tweet that they were referencing?
I think so.
Because I heard him answer that question, and I'm like, what? Are they talking about the $15 million tweet? Are they talking about when he's tweeted eyeball emojis?
Any tweet. The point is, it doesn't have to be part of a grand plan. Tweets.
I looked back, though, through his Twitter since, January, and he's got, 2 tweets that actually have words in them. Mm-hmm. One of them is the $15 million one, and the other one is I love Buffalo.
Yeah, right.
Or I love you, Buffalo. So... And then you've got, there's the 100 emoji. There's the eyeball emojis a couple of times. There's the clapping emoji when, Barkley gets paid. But he's not been out here on this, social media war on a day-to-day basis.
That's right.
So, when you ask what's to be forgiven of him, I don't know what's really changed for him. Other than
nothing. How
he's going about what he wants and how much maybe he wants it. And how much he believes he can get it. I still fully believe he wants $15 million on his next contract. Bills mandatory minicamp starting yesterday, and James Cook was in attendance, said that he would also show up to training camp, and he also did everything on the field yesterday, so wasn't a hold-in or anything of the sort. He spoke for 6 minutes. You can listen to that on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills also signing linebacker Shaq Thompson to a 1-year deal, who has been in Carolina for 10 years, so he goes all the way back to Sean McDermott in 2015 and 2016. He started 112 games, but has missed all but 6 games in the last 2 seasons due to injury. Elsewhere around the NFL, a lot of players, big-name players, were holding out of minicamp, like T.J. Watt, Terry McLaurin, and others. In Miami, Jonnu Smith ended up not showing up to Miami camp. He is looking for a new contract. There were trade rumors about him last week. NBA Finals tonight, 8:30 tip-off, Game 3 between the Thunder and the Pacers. Series tied 1-1. Series shifts back to Indiana. If you're looking for that game, it's going to be on ABC. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Do you feel like it was a must that you had to be here? I mean, obviously it is mandatory, but why did you decide to come?
I like my money, do. Definitely do, but so that's why I'm here.
Why did you, back in February, you got some movement, why did you take it public if you're asking for the money? Did you feel you needed to make that public?
No. It's just something that I did, and something I did. I don't know why I did it. But
It wasn't like a strategy.
nah.
James, are you hoping to get out of mandatory minicamp?
Just to get better, just to be around the guys and feel good to be around them and just keep playing football.
Do you plan to fully participate in training camp as well, James?
Yeah. It's my team, and in order not to win a Super Bowl or compete for a Super Bowl and have a winning season, I have to be out there and be out there with my teammates.
James Cook, I like the answer. I just did it. Just something that I did. Was it a plan? No. Something that I did. James Cook.
Imagine if someone asked you, like, they go back 4 months in your tweets and like, why'd you tweet this? I don't know.
That's a good. Want to play that game?
I just did.
What did you tweet 4 months ago today?
4 months ago?
Let's play that game.
Or should I find out first the exact day that Cook tweeted? It doesn't matter.
Because then our tweets would have reacted to him. But what's something that you tweeted 4 months ago today? You probably took a shot at like Troy Aikman or something. Just thought, hey.
I mean, come on, that was 4 years ago.
Why'd you do that? Was that a plan?
I won that battle.
You're like, I just kind of did it.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see. 4 months ago was what? February 11th.
Yeah, something about the Chiefs.
Is this gonna be like the Super Bowl?
It's gonna be about the Chiefs,
isn't it? That's gonna be lame if it's about the Chiefs. I really hope it isn't. Let's see. Yeah, let's get that. February 11th. These days with X, man.
Tough.
Just a lot slower. A lot slower. We were almost there. And you want what I tweeted first?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can ask if it was a plan.
All right. I tweeted, trade for Myles Garrett before this game is over.
Okay. Super Bowl. Must have been.
It must have been. Yeah.
Super Bowl was that day 4 months ago. All right.
Also tweeted above it must have been Luka's first game with the Mavericks, and they did the thing where every fan got a T-shirt that was like draped over their seat, and I tweeted the Bills should do this for Myles Garrett's first game in September.
Yeah, Myles Garrett. We talked a lot about Myles Garrett. That did not happen.
I also tweeted, we were never wrong about the Chiefs. They are not great. They got lucky in 6 games at least, got a month off, played a bad Houston team, and then the Bills, well, okay.
Yeah, well. I mean,
that was me 4 months ago.
It all holds up. Mandatory minicamp. I had an idea that we give out. The NFL media should give out an award for who won minicamp. Rex Ryan famously said we won the off season.
And we looked back a couple weeks ago and like they hadn't even done anything.
It was just like, everybody practiced. It was great.
We worked out really hard.
I challenge all of you out there to have a little fun with us this week and tweet at us other NFL markets talking up their team on a level where you're like, buddy, it's mini camp. What are we doing here? I'll submit this one. And again, This comes from Nick Suss, who covers the Titans. No judgment. Like, your job is to report what's happening. But again, it's mini camp, so people that aren't there watching, Nick Suss would have tweeted something about the Titans, and I'm not trying to be a jerk to him, say like, holy cow, look what we're doing. He wrote yesterday about the Titans. By my count, Cam Ward completed 21 of 21 pass attempts during minicamp today, and 12 of those came to fellow rookies, in case you want to get excited about this youth movement on the Titans offense. 20 of 21 passing for Cam Ward. Like,
was there
defense being played?
Defense?
I don't even know.
Or was it against air?
So all the highlights I see are not being defended. But hey, so you know what? Titans, mini champs. Who's going to beat the Titans?
And their quarterback who went 20 of 21.
Can you find a quarterback that went better than 2021? I saw a highlight of Shedeur Sanders throwing a deep ball to a guy that will not be on the team. It's like,
Okay, right.
Look at this dime from Shedeur Sanders.
Some guy that's going to go for 70 yards in a fourth preseason game.
Is this also the time of year where teams will get caught splicing a throw to a different catch?
Oh, yeah.
Both the Patriots
Totally.
and the Dolphins did that in the last 3 or 4 years. A throw, the ball's in the air, they edit it to a different throw of it being caught.
Yeah. The team I want to look up for this to see if they have anything that would beat it would be Jacksonville, because they are gushing about Travis Hunter. And they probably should, but it's probably going a little too far, but I don't see anything yet. We'll see. But I would imagine that in Jacksonville, there's got to be like, Travis Hunter today caught all 5 balls thrown his way, and intercepted 3 passes. And it's like one of those drills where like...
He's got 5 pass breakups.
It's one of those drills where like an assistant coach is like throwing it to you. Right. like before a game.
Right. You see Travis Hunter, they do the thing where they stand in place and they do their arms like they're pretending to run and then put their hands to make the catch.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I got him on 7 catches on 7 throws from the Jugs machine.
It's the stats that really do it for the for the Cam Ward tweet.
20 of 21.
20 of 21.
Come on.
What happened on that one?
Threw it away.
Because honestly, if it's against air, like, do we think Josh Allen wouldn't complete every pass out of 21 if there's no defender?
You know what I think happened on that 21st pass is the receiver ran the wrong route. Ward noticed that and threw it in the turf. Great play.
He was practicing.
He was taking his medicine on that one. Showing some real good. Whatever. Cam Ward should be fine. It is mini camp. It's the time of year where, that stuff happens.
But see, like, training camp is normally when you get more of it. Mini camp feels more ridiculous, right? Because there are no pads. A lot of these aren't going against defense. These guys just showed up from the summer or from the spring. The mini camp hype tweets are even on another level, I think, than the training camp hype tweets.
I would agree, yes.
And the training camp ones go way too far. Way too far.
Yeah.
This is worse.
8030550. Is the Odyssey app down again? Are we working on that? Okay. All right. So, Odyssey app is down. YouTube is still up. You can log on, watch us on YouTube if you're listening. Maybe you are on YouTube or you're on, the radio. You can see my shirt, which one tweeter, one person in the chat said looks like the inside of his wife's closet. And what with the floral print today? What can I say? I was feeling floral.
Though, it's interesting. A lot of the floral print polos I see these days, the flowers aren't as big as they are on your polo.
These are big flowers.
Those are huge. Yeah,
they're big flowers.
I don't know how I feel about that part of it. Because then when you get to the creases, like the flowers, they're cut in half.
True.
Yeah.
Where the material meets at. Hey, the U.S. Open, I'll tell you, I started to say this from one of the commercial breaks. I watched last night. This is the kind of a point about new media. You know how it works. It's the end of the night. You're like, what am I going to watch? Especially a night like last night where there's no NBA game, no NHL game. Should we fire up the show we're watching? My wife's in doing something, and I sit down on the couch, and I'm like, you know what? What can I find? And channel surfing now, it's not channel surfing, it's stream surfing, right?
Yes.
And the smart TV will show you a bunch of, hey, what about this? Would you like to continue watching this? How about this? And popping up right there was Bryson DeChambeau plays Oakmont from last week.
Yeah.
He did a YouTube round where he's going to play the course and talk about how hard it is and show you the lies and show you the greens and everything. And it was super cool. It made me, I've known this about Bryson, that he does a lot of YouTube content and courses and these tours. They let him, everywhere but Augusta pretty much lets him do what you want to do. Oakmont let him go out and film the course and film a practice round. And one thing it put in my mind going into this U.S. Open, which starts tomorrow, about Bryson was he seemed to have an attitude of embracing how hard it's going to be.
Yeah.
And Oakmont might be the hardest course these guys play in a year, in 5 years. I mean, it's a difficult course, and the way they grow out the rough and the greens and everything. And it seemed like, again, practice round, and maybe by Thursday or Friday he gets mad. But I would imagine that the mental side of it, accepting this is supposed to make me...
It's supposed to be
It's supposed
unfair.
to drive me crazy.
It's supposed to be unfair.
Yeah. So if it's supposed to drive me crazy, if I can mentally get to the point where I'm good with that, maybe he can play well. He is the second favorite behind Scheffler.
Yeah, I mean, he's been in contention. What are his major finishes all top 5 for like 2 years now?
He's the defending champ.
And he's the defending champ.
He's the defending champ at the Open, the U.S. Open, and made me think like, all right, let's see what he can do here. Because if the rough is terrible and the fairways are 18 yards wide, you might as well just blast it as far as you can.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of out of bounds. There's no trees. If you are 80 yards right in the rough or 2 yards right in the rough, you might be better off being 80 in some scenarios. So
Yeah.
I like Bryson's chances to win it in part because of the attitude. It was really cool to see him walk in the course and the stimp and like what the greens are doing. He'd putt up to a hole, it would roll all the way off the green.
I've seen 2 of the craziest videos ever about Oakmont. One, did you see the John Rahm one?
Yes.
John Rahm on the practice green where he puts it 2 feet off to the right. The hole is all the way to the left, maybe 30 feet away, and that 2-foot putt crawls down like 15 feet until it finally reaches a hill, and then it goes down. That putt that he taps goes like 35 feet. And then, did you see the other one of the guy? I don't know who it was, but he went putter from 122 yards on the first hole at Oakmont. And he just slapped the putter through 100 yards of fairway. And it rolled all the way to the green. Like, that shouldn't be possible.
I've never in my life done the 100-yard putt.
Did you see the video of it?
I did. I would never consider that.
No, but you've never played a fairway probably
Sure, okay.
as tight. Oakmont's probably green, right?
Yeah.
It's probably like what you'd be accustomed to when some greens is what they're dealing with. And it's downhill on the one hole he did it at least.
Yeah. 803-0550. We'll get a break in. We got a birthday wish for you coming up on the other side. And I've got your birthday buddy list, which is pretty...
It's a solid list.
It's a solid list. We got some sports figures.
Arguably the most famous Joe is on the list.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
That's a good debate
And
to have.
it's not me. Trust me.
No, you're like third.
Third.
You're like third.
The bronze medalist.
803-0550 to join us on WGR.
On that position, Sal, Jair Alexander being released yesterday, and there was a report from Jordan Schultz that the Bills had been talking to the Packers earlier in the offseason about him. I mean, I would guess that was before the draft and before they signed Tre'Davious White. So with those moves happening probably since then, would you imagine that there's no, even though they showed interest earlier in the offseason, that they've done too much at the position for there to be a fit still?
Seems like it would be really unlikely, Joe. I mean, if it's a player they're very interested in, you never know, right? They could say, look, he's still an upgrade over what we have and what we can be here. There's no doubt that could be the case. So I would never rule it completely out. But I do think, you think about the work they did, and I'll even go beyond that. It's not just, they re-signed Tre'Davious White, brought him back. Dane Jackson, drafted Max Harrison, drafted Dorian Strong, who I think has looked pretty good as a later round pick. Like, you've just added so much to that position, and I think you need these guys. You need a couple of young guys to come along and play. And, yeah, I just don't know if there's enough room now to do something like that. And let's also remember, now that he's getting released or been released, he has a say. If you're Jair Alexander, you get traded to the Bills. Okay, well, you're on the Bills or wherever. Now it's like, well, I'm going to a team that just drafted a first-round guy, and they brought back a beloved player who really knows their system. I don't know if he would think that that's the best opportunity for him.
What's the most interesting story with them now? If the Cook story dies here, what's the most interesting story with the Bills between now and the start of the season?
Will Josh Allen win a Super Bowl? That is the entire franchise's existence right now. Will they deliver for him? Right?
More than
it's less. I feel like it is less. Will he deliver for them? And it's more. Will they deliver for him?
That's a good question. What is it more to? Because I wonder if that does to me feel like how most people approach it right now. Is almost the idea that Allen's done his job. Mm-hmm. You've got to do yours. McDermott, Bean,
and Allen
the roster, the Kincaid, the defense, all of it.
And Allen will continue to do his job.
Right.
And how will you match it? He's the MVP.
Right. And the season hasn't really gone down with him, not at least swinging. Right?
Like the only time it did, it was Cincinnati, and it was written off. It was the only time that he had a bad day in the playoffs and they lost. And it was written off.
Let me put it this way then. There wasn't a day where the season ended where everybody else did enough and he didn't come through. Right? Because Cincinnati, nobody would have said that about the rest of it.
Sure.
Right? Like he maybe is fortunate in that he gets lumped in with the rest. Like
because nobody did
there's
anything.
Probably a feeling that if Allen had been at his best that day, they still would have lost.
Yes.
Right? And that's maybe why he gets away with it?
Yep. Because they made no stops, basically.
Right.
And that's last year, too. I mean, last year, they had the ball. The last 2 years, they've had the ball down 3.
Yeah.
And the GM and the offensive coordinator have both said, I would take that every time. And, they're 0 for 2, but I don't get too many people that blame him, in part because Diggs had a drop, Kincaid had a drop, and he's putting the ball where it's got to be. All right, Joe's 30 today.
The big 3-0.
The big 3-0. 30.
What the hell?
Now that you're 30, you can, what is it? You can run for Senate. Isn't it House of Representatives 25, Senate 30,
is
President
that true?
35? President's 35.
I knew that.
People seem to wait a lot longer. Everybody's always super old.
Sure.
Everybody's really old when they're 25 House of Representatives. I don't know if it's 30.
25 is?
Yeah. 25 is rent a car, right?
I know that. Yeah.
That's what they say. I don't think that's exactly set in stone.
Is 30 where I can't
30. You can run for Senate.
I can run for Senate. Okay, sweet.
What's your platform?
I'll steal one from you. Do the movie theater thing.
Okay. You get rid of reviews in sport, too?
See...
A national bill to get rid of rules analysts. Federal, and make it illegal in the country. Not allowed to have a rules analyst.
Yeah.
1 appearance a day. Sorry, Gene's territory. You can come on my television once.
Yeah. Not to turn everything back to golf, but do I no longer qualify for junior memberships at certain places?
That might be different, yeah.
Because junior membership is often a lot cheaper. Than
Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Joe. You guys are cracking me up. Thank you again. The Titans are looking good, huh? 20 for 21, Cam Ward.
Cam Ward, baby.
Let's do it. Yeah. Everybody gets so excited, man. Wait till the season starts. We'll see what happens. But I was laying here, and then I was like, oh, wait. Today's Joe's 30th birthday. Well, happy birthday, Joe. Enjoy. You make me feel old. I got 30 years on you. And enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy the rest of your week. And in a couple of weeks, it's somebody else's birthday on the 25th.
Mine.
Love you guys.
Thanks,
I
Rob.
appreciate it.
Yeah, mine's coming up in a couple of weeks. Joe's birthday buddy crew here. We've got. You said the most famous Joe shares your birthday.
The most famous Joe.
Do you know who it is? Josh Owen. Who's the most famous Joe?
Maybe ever.
It's a debate. Most famous Joe.
Is
not Joe
Rogan crazy to say because of that podcast now? I don't like it, but I think that
is
might
he
be the
more
answer to the
famous
most
than the Joe that I had in mind? No.
All right,
yes.
The Joes that it's not, that you're not saying is the most famous Joe. By the way, Joe Biden, Joe Pesci.
That's right. I mean, he was
Joe. I almost went Joe Tessitore. He's definitely not the most famous Joe.
No, but these are Joes, not Josephs.
That's right.
By the way.
Right.
Joe Jonas.
That's tough to.
Josh, you got an answer? Who's the most famous Joe?
I'm stumped. The only name in my head right now is Joe DiMaggio, and I know that's
Joe DiMaggio.
That's a pretty famous Joe.
A really good one. Joe Namath. It's not Joe Namath.
It's not Joe Namath, but that's warmer.
It's about as warm as you
Joe
can
Montana.
Get. There you go.
Joe shares his birthday with Joe Montana.
Joe Montana.
That's the most famous Joe?
Maybe.
I think so, right?
Other birthday buddies you've got today. Vince Lombardi.
Joe Pesci's pretty good, though.
Vince
Lombardi.
Peter Dinklage.
Love that. Yep.
Shout out here, Joshua Jackson.
Who?
Charlie from Mighty Ducks.
Oh, okay.
Pacey from Dawson's Creek. Josh Jackson.
Nice. That's a good one.
Your same birthday as Charlie from Mighty Ducks. Diana Taurasi, Shia LaBeouf.
I saw Shia LaBeouf. Hugh Laurie.
Yeah.
From House.
House.
Yeah.
You've got House. You've got Dr. Oz.
Okay.
Gene Wilder. These are your birthday buddies.
We have two things coming in now. Who's more famous? Mean Joe Green. Joe Montana is more famous than Mean Joe. Joe Frazier.
Joe Frazier's a good one.
But still no, right?
I don't know what the answer is.
I kind of like Joe Pesci for it.
Is the most famous Joe?
He transcends generations, right?
I'll tell you this.
Goodfellas, Home Alone.
That
should have been the second movie I mentioned.
I typed in the Google chat bar, most famous Joe. And they've got the images that come across like a grid.
Yeah.
Top left indicating number one, Joe Pesci. He's top left.
That's the one.
Number one. Mm-hmm. Montana's in the top 9. I mean, this probably is not
top 9.
Well, yeah, they show you nine pictures.
I see. Okay,
and Joseph Gordon-Levitt is in here as well, but he's not a Joe.
That's not a Joe.
He's Joseph.
No one calls him Joe Gordon-Levitt.
Anybody call you Joseph?
No, never.
Did you guys say Peter Dinklage? It's also his birthday.
We did.
Yes,
we did.
Sorry, I missed that.
Tyrion Lannister. Yeah.
All right. 803-0550. Sal, when we get back, a recap of Bill's mandatory minicamp on what James Cook had to say. And everybody else. We had Sean McDermott and Josh Allen speaking with the media as well. So stay tuned. Sal comes up next here on WGR.
What's the most interesting story with them now? If the Cook story dies here, what's the most interesting story with the Bills between now and the start of the season?
Will Josh Allen win a Super Bowl? That is the entire franchise's existence right now. Will they deliver for him? Right?
More than
it's less. I feel like it is less. Will he deliver for them? And it's more. Will they deliver for him?
That's a good question. What is it more to? Because I wonder if that does to me feel like how most people approach it right now is almost the idea that Allen's done his job. Mm-hmm. You've got to do yours. McDermott, Bean,
and Allen
the
will
roster, the Kincaid, the defense, all of it.
And Allen will continue to do his job,
right?
And how will you match it? He's the MVP.
Right, and the season hasn't really gone down with him, not at least swinging, right? Like
the only time it did, it was Cincinnati, and it was written off. It was the only time that he had a bad day in the playoffs and they lost.
Well,
and it was written off.
Let me put it this way: then there wasn't a day where the season ended where everybody else did enough and he didn't come through, right? Because Cincinnati, nobody would have said that about the rest of it.
Sure.
Right, like he maybe is fortunate in that he gets lumped in with the rest. Like,
because nobody.
There's probably a feeling that if Allen had been at his best that day, they still would have lost.
Yes.
Right, and that's maybe why he gets away with it.
Yep, because they made no stops basically.
Right,
and that's last year too. I mean, last year they had the ball. The last 2 years, they've had the ball down 3.
Yeah.
And the GM and the offensive coordinator have both said, I would take that every time. And, they're 0 for 2, but I don't get too many people that blame him, in part because Diggs had a drop, Kincaid had a drop, and he's putting the ball where it's got to be. They're in football, we always talk like copycats and who's going to copycat that team. The Panthers are what every team always wants to be. Score a lot, play good defense, have a great goalie, hit everything that moves, don't be afraid to fight. You have Bennett and Marchand on the same team now.
Yeah.
Florida has assembled the Avengers of what hockey fans want their team to be.
Uh-huh.
What's not to like?
And McDavid is Thanos.
A little bit.
It works kind of perfectly.
It really does.
They have scored at least 3 goals in 8 of their last 9 playoff games. When everything's supposed to get tighter, right, and everything's supposed to get more defensive, they've scored, in most of these games, they're scoring 5 or 6 in them. So they're super impressive. They're just totally impressive. I don't know how else to really frame it. Like, they built a perfect team. They were smart about it. I don't really think it's going to unravel. They might lose Sam Bennett and Aaron Ekblad in the offseason, but I don't know.
Maybe not. Those two are best friends, apparently. Listening to George Richards yesterday also.
Okay.
And he said they might stay for less because they just love it so much. Everybody loves Florida. That they might not leave.
Where's Aaron Ekblad from?
He's from Western
I know where
Canada.
Bennett's from.
They're from they're both from Canada. I know that.
Okay, Bennett's from like just outside of Toronto.
Yeah, because he played at Kingston.
Aaron Ekblad's from Windsor, Ontario.
Okay.
Are we sure that the two best friends won't ride off together to Toronto?
To Detroit or to Toronto?
To Toronto.
I mean, I suppose.
Are the Leafs going to go overpay both of them and get 2 Panthers to come try and change their culture?
Or are the 2 Panthers going to stay in Florida and win the next 5 cups and dominate the Leafs and break everyone's hearts?
Maybe. This might sound crazy because Bennett leads the Stanley Cup playoffs in goals, and I think he might have it by a couple. He's got a little bit of a margin maybe right now. Bills mandatory minicamp got rolling yesterday. It's a 3-day minicamp, so today again and then tomorrow. James Cook was in attendance, and he participated on the field as well. Did some media after. He said, among other things, that he was there because he likes his money, didn't want to get fined. He also said that he would be at training camp. How much he'll do at training camp, we'll see, but he said he'll be there at St. John Fisher. Talk more about it with Sal Capaccio coming up next. Shaq Thompson, linebacker formerly of the Carolina Panthers, signing with the Bills on a 1-year deal. He goes all the way back to when Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane were there in 2015 and 2016. He has started over 100 games for the Panthers, but has missed almost the entirety of the last 2 seasons with injury. To the NBA Finals, Game 3 tonight. Pacers and Thunder, 8:30 tip-off. Series is tied at 1 game apiece as the series shifts back to Indiana. OKC is a 6-point favorite on the road. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Mandatory minicamp underway for the Buffalo Bills, and James Cook shows up in attendance. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. We bring in Mr. Sal Capaccio to give us the recap of what happened yesterday. Maybe also throw us an opinion on the most famous Joe. It's Joe's birthday today, Sal, and somehow we got into the most famous Joes because he also shares a birthday with Joe Montana.
That's why, yeah. Joe Montana.
Ooh, the most famous Joe.
Who's the most famous Joe?
Man, I mean, we live in a sports world like we all do here. So we're gonna go Joe Montana, Joe Namath, Joe DiMaggio.
Yeah.
Right. It's a good question. There's got to be a.
I got a few people that I believe are got to be just full on Yankee fans that are like, it's Joe DiMaggio in a runaway.
I think Joe DiMaggio is one of maybe the first name I came to because, baseball, it's America's pastime and, the sport that was so beloved and watched for so many years. Now, I know that football is there now. But, he's been mentioned in movies and songs and things like that, right? I mean, hey, where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio, right? A nation turns its lonely eyes to you. That's it, like, literally because of that, it's a big deal.
Yeah. He also played 80 years ago, which I think makes it tough for him to still be the most famous Joe. But
that's right. There's also the conversation like what is famous? Your name, or if you walk in a room, people will recognize you.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's right.
Well, my college roommate's name was and still is Joe, and he would be upset whenever someone would be like one of those things where someone says, oh, that's Joey blank, Joe this, like just use it as a general term. You've heard that before, right? There's, you might call the guy Joe Donuts, right? Something like that because he eats a lot of donuts. And he would be like, man, it's such a, like, he just hated that. I don't know how you feel about that. But that to me is also like the famous Joe. Joe is just the famous name you use as a generic term for somebody.
True. Yep, I've heard that. Average Joe is
Average Joe. Yeah,
Joe
see?
gets thrown out there.
You're not Average Joe.
No, he's
Happy
sneaky.
Birthday,
He's
Joe.
sneaky
Today's your birthday.
Joe. Yeah.
Sneaky Joe.
That's right.
All right,
Happy
Sal.
birthday to you.
How many Joes in attendance? Joe Brady, Joe Andreessen, Joe. Is that it? What was our Joe?
They're going to trade for Joe Mixon.
There you go.
And Joe Flacco.
Could you make an entire NFL team of Joes? Joe Flacco, Joe Milton, Joe. Oh, right, all right.
I'm looking over the roster right now. I don't think there's any more Joes. There's a Josh. There's a couple Joshes.
And we had a James.
Ooh, yeah. Speaking of Joe Andreessen, real quick, he picked off Josh Allen yesterday.
Oh.
So that was pretty cool. We talked with him a little bit about it. There's a little him talking about it, little embedded tweet. Alex Brasky had the video rolling, so I used his embedded tweet in my story at WGR550.com. So you can check that out. But really nice play by Joe Andreessen, actually. Dropping from his linebacker spot and, just kind of stepping in front of a crosser. He got his hands on it and he kind of bobbled it. And then he had a really nice grab, actually, to hold on to it. And then went back the other way. So that was very cool. So Joe Andreessen had a nice day yesterday. And yes, of course, burying the lead, the big story was that James Cook was in attendance yesterday.
But before we even get to that, just to wrap the Joe conversation here, everyone on the chat is mad at us because we didn't mention probably the number one Joe in the NFL right now easily, which is Joe Burrow.
Okay.
Who is easily the best Joe in the NFL at the moment. But whatever. Okay. By the way, before we get to James Cook, did you notice, Sal, was Josh Allen wearing a ring while playing? Is he going to do the Ryan Fitzpatrick?
He was wearing a ring while playing. And I don't know. I'm assuming that's going to mean he had like the rubber ring on,
the silicone. And, that's what I wear that too a lot. Yeah.
Non-throwing hand, why not, right? That's what I would say.
Yeah, so...
Well, he does carry the ball in that hand a lot.
True.
I guess that means he will do the Ryan Fitzpatrick. Not that he's the only one, right? There's other guys that wear a ring.
Aaron Rodgers
showed up with a ring. He's married now.
He is.
That's right. So
he is.
Yeah.
I mean, and we didn't listen honestly. Like when Josh was at the podium yesterday, I mean, he got asked some questions about the wedding, about his marriage, and he just. You could tell, like, he did his best to graciously try to move on from that.
Is that because?
Like,
did people sign NDAs to go to this wedding?
I have no idea.
Okay, I just would wonder. You got to.
Nobody really talked about it, though.
Okay.
If you know, though, that like he and she don't really want to talk about it and gossip about it, it depends how many people are there, because I'm sure somebody would end up talking about it at some point. But it does feel like, Sal, that. At least this is true of Josh, right? And maybe McDermott too a little bit, but Josh was like, just not here to talk about it.
Right, exactly. And even McDermott kind of alluded to that, like, okay, yeah, no, talked about being an honor to be a part of it or be there, but never really talked anything about it itself. And look, I mean, I think that a lot of people in Western New York can relate where. You have friends or family that keep asking you questions about it a couple weeks ago, and they're looking online, they're looking at Instagram, they're looking at Facebook, they're looking at all the social media, can't find anything. Oh, and then you find something. Oh, there's a picture. And really, the people there weren't posting pictures, right? There was a picture that looked like it was from a hilltop. Someone maybe trying to get down and look down on the wedding. There might have been a picture floating around, but it wasn't like people who were there were posting a whole bunch of stuff online. So who knows? Maybe they signed something, maybe they didn't. It could just be out of courtesy, right? Hey, please don't. Post any pictures, talk about it. But it was clear yesterday Josh wanted to, just, hey, we're here, we're talking about football and, time for football. And he did mention, Haley and marrying his best friend. And, it was really kind of super cool and sweet that he talked about that and how big of a moment that was in his life. But really that was all you got. And otherwise it was all about football.
Sal Capaccio. All right, so James Cook, Sal, the reading into what Cook had to say, he was pretty clear about everything. I'm here because I like my money, which is kind of a version of I'm just here so I don't get fined. But he's going to work. He said he's going to be there for training camp. He's here with his teammates, try to get better, try to win the Super Bowl. The whole thing strikes me as I feel like the takeaway should be all is forgiven. This is not an actual distraction or drama for most of us and the team. It's a situation where he kind of accepts the reality of this, which is he's in a tough spot and he's going to have to go prove what he's worth if he wants to make the top dollar that he might be after or whatever, more than the Bills are offering. It feels like there's an acceptance here from Cook, and we can all kind of just move on.
I think that's right, Jeremy. Few things here. Number one, I don't think anything needed to be forgiven. Use that word, because I don't think anything was ever like anybody mad at each other, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that ever happened. He didn't have to be at OTAs. He wasn't. Brandon Beane talked glowingly and said when he'll be here, and we're confident he's going to play for the Buffalo Bills in 2025, and we love Jimbo. So I don't think anything needed to be forgiven. And James Cook, on that note, said that he's not mad at anybody. Like, there's no ill will. He said he said something about the fact that like he doesn't have like bad feelings against anybody really in life. Like that's not the kind of person he is. He understands there's a business side of it that goes along with this. So I don't think there was anything that had to be forgiven. I do think though that all of the talk and the speculation, the wondering, all of that is kind of out the window now because he's here, right? And it's not like he's going to show up today and leave. I guess that could happen, right? We get out there today and he's not there. It's not going to happen, but that could happen. So he's here, and it's like, okay, well, that was squash. We did It's Always Game Day in Buffalo yesterday, Matt Bove and I, and people could check it out. It's obviously in your audio feeds and at Sal Sports on YouTube. And one of the things that it struck me was, man, we spent so much time thinking about and talking about James Cook, not just us, but nationally. I think he was the guy. Wouldn't you say more than anyone, he seemed like the guy that people would talk about who might not be at camp. There were other guys, but now yesterday it turned to, James Cook's here. But guess who isn't? Terry McLaurin, TJ Watt, Trey Hendrickson, Shamar Stewart, Jonnu Smith. It's just kind of weird, right? That suddenly, that thing in Buffalo, yeah, that's not even a big deal anymore. Look at over here, though, what's going on. And then when it comes to James Cook and his future, I agree with you 100%, which is I think he realizes that, this is a tough spot for him. He wants to get something done. There's no doubt about that. He even talked about how running backs should be more valued for all that they do, from running the ball and catching the ball and pass blocking. He talked about all of that. He said he'd love to be on the field more. He doesn't keep track of snap counts. But yes, of course, when someone said, would one of your goals be to be on the field more? Yes, all of those things. I think that's natural football stuff. But I also think that he wants to show that, hey, I'm very valuable to this team and I'm a valuable player in this league. And, I would like to be paid. But there's nothing that suggests to me that anything's like that on the horizon.
Yep.
Now, when it comes to training camp, he said he'd be there. But later, he answered a question that kind of maybe opened the window and the door, I should say, to maybe he shows up to camp, but he doesn't do anything. He didn't say that would be the case, but there was a question. He said something like, we'll see when it comes to camp or something like that.
Almost an idea in hey, I'm going to play nice now and hope that kind of leads to us re-engaging.
Yeah.
But if 7 weeks go by and we're not any closer, then I'm going to do something.
That's one thing we brought up. Sometimes guys will do this as a show of good faith. Do you get the impression that Cook is maybe attempting that here?
I think it's part of it, but I think the number one thing is what he said at the outset.
Yeah.
Why are you here?
Money.
Because I like my money.
Yeah.
That's what he said. And he doesn't want to get fined. And look, the fines would add to over $100,000. And people can squawk at that for how much money these guys make. He's making a $5 million base salary, but it's still six figures. It's a lot of money, right? And that's what he said. At the same time, yes, I think that there's probably good faith there. I also think, look, I think also listening to James Cook talk, I don't think this should be forgotten what he said. He said he views himself as a leader, and this is his team. And not only is he here, but when asked why are you participating? You could also show up. You don't get fined, and then you don't have to participate. And he said, because I'm a leader, this is my team, and I want to be out there with my teammates, and I want to win a Super Bowl. And I think that should matter to people, and I think that should matter to the Buffalo Bills and to his teammates. I think it does.
Yeah. How much would you attribute more than just this specific person and situation to him showing up? It's almost amazing, I think, that the Bills have gone so long with this coach, this GM, where they've not had a holdout situation or even a hold-in situation. I don't have a list in front of me of, how many of those every team has had in the last 8 years. There's probably a team or two, I'm sure, that also hasn't gone through it. But here's the Pittsburgh Steelers going through it, and the Bengals, it feels like there's something every single year. And
the Chiefs went through it with Chris Jones.
The Chiefs, right? Chris Jones
maybe there's more.
He sat out a regular season game.
Yeah,
Chris Jones
that's right.
And the Bills, it's just I don't know if this sounds like it's taking credit away from Cook, but the Bills just, whatever it is about their culture and their facilities, and it never gets to this point.
Part of it is the foresight, right? All the guys he just negotiated had another year of term, and he did it before they got to. And there's no franchise tagging. They get things done kind of early. So I feel like that's one spot where the Bills are proactive that prevents that kind of stuff.
That's right. So I think, there's a sentiment out there from some people that maybe sometimes they extend guys too early. But the Bills' philosophy is let's get ahead of it. Let's extend early so we don't have these situations, and we have really good players locked up long term. Is there risk in that? Of course there is. You extend a guy a little early and you're like, look back in that contract. Maybe they gave him a little too much money a little too early. But at the same time, now you have that guy. He's locked up. I've always said this. The thing the two words I think Brandon Beane really loves cost certainty. That's what it comes down to. When Brandon Beane can get cost certainty for the future so he can operate not in the here and now and over the next few years, that matters a lot to how he can build the roster, how he can structure contracts. And that's really why you extend Josh Allen with a couple years left, to make sure that you kind of make him whole for his value, but also understand what he's going to cost in the marketplace. You extend the other guys that you did this year and guys you have. That's number one. Number two is, hey, I do think there's something to the culture of the team. And, hey, what did James Cook say? I'm a leader. This is my team. I want to be here with these guys, right? Those are things you say when you really believe that it's not just about, yeah, of course, I'm going to get fined. I want my money. But there's something about being here. And when you come to the Buffalo Bills and you're a part of this culture, you're a part of this group, I think the pressure, if you want to put it that way, but I don't mean it in a bad way, the pressure of not disappointing your teammates and your organization and the people around you because you love them so much, because you want to be there for them, that's a real culture. It really is. And we've debated it over the years, but to me that matters. And I think that's something that's happened here. I mean, Chopin Bulldog, we're talking about it yesterday. I think Bulldog said something like, it's just amazing how they just don't step on landmines as they walk through the fields, right? It just never happens. And it's truly amazing with this team.
I think, Sal, there's a modern day, well, not modern day, but at the moment example of this, the Florida Panthers. We talked about this a little bit the other day. Like, why do they all play with this certain style? And why do they all sign there? Like, oh, income tax, this and that. But the other thing they've got is they've got a winning program, and whatever they have down there, you want to talk about it being culture, or Paul Maurice, or the way that...
But like the on-ice attitude that they have, you're right. Like
it's buy-in.
There are guys that weren't like that on other teams, and you get there, and when everybody else is acting in one way, like
100%.
You feel like, I can't be the only one that's doing this on my own.
And Sabres fans...
Okay, Leslie, can I extend that out for 1 second and say how many times over the years have there been a guy that maybe he's had some trouble with other teams in the past? Maybe he's been in trouble with the law, whatever. And, people have said, well, the Bills would never touch that guy. I'm like, no, I don't think that's the case. I think the Bills feel now, maybe early on in Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane's tenure, they would shy away. Now it's like, oh, no, we're okay. I think, didn't Elijah Moore get suspended by the Jets, right? I mean,
and the Browns.
A couple of years ago. And the Browns.
Yeah.
But the Bills now have built this room and this culture where they're like, no. This player's going to come in here and say, oh, I need to live up to the expectation of these guys around me. Like, I'm not going to be the guy that falls out of line in this group. I think that matters. What did Devontae Adams say? Did you guys see his quote?
No.
Devontae Adams goes to the Rams, and yesterday I think he held some media availability.
Yep, I saw this.
And I didn't dig into it, but apparently the quote was something like, everybody here is in a good mood and treats each other well. It's not like a dark cloud hanging over the building. And trust me, I've been in those situations recently.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he said.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Sal, what else from mandatory minicamp yesterday? We heard from Sean McDermott. We heard from Josh Allen. Heard from James Cook. A couple more days here before the big break. What else jumped out at you from yesterday? What else are you kind of keeping your eye on when you were there yesterday?
So I think the injuries. The injuries, that there were quite a few guys who did not practice yesterday now, but Sean McDermott made it clear that nobody who didn't practice, as of right now, he feels that it would impact their availability for training camp. But let me run through the names for you here. Safeties, Cole Bishop and DeMar Hamlin. Defensive end, Joey Bosa, we knew about. Cam Lewis, defensive back Cam Lewis. Center, Connor McGovern. Wide receiver, KJ Hamler. Linebacker, Bale Inspector. Taron Johnson wore a red non-contact jersey. Running back, Ty Johnson did not practice yesterday. But again, very precautionary. In fact, I'll even tell you, like Cole Bishop was on the exercise bike. He did not go do anything with the defense when it went to the offense. But when the defense just went together and they were just running through air with themselves, he was on the field. So, that's the kind of example I'll give. Say, Connor McGovern was out there walking around, had a smile on his face. I saw Alec Anderson at one point doing an O-line drill, and the trainers came out and they wrapped his leg. He never left. And then he was in a good mood talking and saying hi after practice. So they're just going to be very, very precautionary on all of these things. And of course, guys, yesterday the other big news was the Bills did sign linebacker Shaq Thompson, who had been with Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott, a first-round pick in 2015 in Carolina. Had some excellent years in Carolina, part of that Super Bowl team with them, his rookie year there, and had some injuries lately, but now he comes into a Bills linebacker room that he could add depth to that particular room. He can add flexibility to that room. He is older. We'll see if he can have anything that can be of significance at training camp. And I do think that this is a little bit about, Bale Inspector as well, to me, that the fact that he just can't seem to get on the field and stay on the field.
So would you say he's competing with Spector and Andreessen for a spot? Like, how many do we usually see them keep?
That's a good question, Joe. I don't know if he's. I don't even know at this point. At this point, I want to see Shaq Thompson even just get on the field and play and be healthy and play a little bit before I'd say he's competing with anybody. I just think the availability that to me it's numbers right now, Joe. That it's not the competing with a specific person. It's I think they're light on numbers right now because Balen Spector has not been available through OTAs and minicamp, and you got to run practices because besides him, you got Bernard Milano, Dorian Williams, Joe Andreessen, Eddie Ulofoshio, and then an undrafted rookie named Keontae Jenkins. So really, you only have 5 guys. He adds a 6th, and then the undrafted rookie's a 7th. So you need guys there. So we'll see about competing with actual people. But right now, I think it's about numbers and getting him to see where he is.
And he's the 91st guy because they get the international exemption?
With Travis Clayton. Travis Clayton, once again, gets the international exemption, so the Bills get 91 players.
Does that ever expire? They just get that for a while?
I think now you get it every year, to be honest with you, as long as you have a player who qualifies. I think the NFL changed the rules of because they're trying to really grow the game internationally. I think now every team gets an international player, and and then you get one. That's only during this time of year. Once the season starts, you don't get 54, but what you do get is a 17th practice squad player. That last year was Kingsley Jonathan. Actually, he was considered because he is considered an international player because of his upbringing, and so you will get that extra. But right now they get 91.
Sal Capaccio, thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Yesterday, I collected $5 from Joe because James Cook did appear at minicamp, which was a bet we had. And, you know,
Didn't you offer me a buyout on Monday?
I offered you a buyout yesterday for $4.85.
You did?
I did. You could have saved 15 cents. I got $5 crisp from you that James Cook made minicamp.
That's like when the Sabres offered Tage Thompson for a 5th.
Yeah.
And then they ended up... Someone said no.
How about this? I don't get credit for Shaq Thompson? You and I had a bet. What will they add first at the draft?
No.
Linebacker or running back?
Not even. You should pay me just for the mere implication that you won that.
It's not on the bet board so I don't know if the language
we erased it
in the draft. Well, we carried it over to next year. We agreed to carry the bet over to next year. What do they address first?
Okay.
If it had said, what do they address first, linebacker or running back? If that's the language on that bet board, that's another.
It said at the draft.
Okay.
I remember seeing.
All right, okay. Just making sure.
What did they sign? Did they sign some practice squad running back in between?
I just checked out all the transactions.
When did they sign Darrington Evans?
March 13th, long before that bet would have been placed.
What if they converted Brandon Codrington to a running back? Then what?
And then they would have addressed running back. 803-0550 to join us. What am I going to do with that $5? Do something good.
Buy half a cup of coffee?
Yeah, right. Hey, Sal mentioned a couple of those holdouts, right? TJ Watt, Trey Hendrickson, Terry McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
You got a minute for me to make a point on McLaurin? Doesn't have to be about the Bills here. But I think
it could. It could. Scary Terry
holding out in Washington. But I think there's a larger point to be made about his situation that is going to fit in with any NFL player here and the way that we talk about contracts. So we'll get to that in a minute. I've also got something from the Thunder and the Pacers series about player statues and player tributes, what the Pacers did, and what the Thunder, the speculation is that they would do at the end of this series. It's an interesting story about legacy. Plenty to get to. Joe Marino, top of the hour, Locked On Bills podcast. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
On that position, Sal, Jair Alexander being released yesterday, and there was a report from Jordan Schultz that the Bills had been talking to the Packers earlier in the offseason about him. I mean, I would guess that was before the draft and before they signed Tre'Davious White. So with those moves happening probably since then, would you imagine that there's no, even though they showed interest earlier in the offseason, that they've done too much at the position for there to be a fit still?
Seems like it would be really unlikely, Joe. I mean, if it's a player they're very interested in, you never know, right? They could say, look, he's still an upgrade over what we have and what we can be here. There's no doubt that could be the case. So I would never rule it completely out. But I do think, you think about the work they did, and I'll even go beyond that. It's not just, they re-signed Tre'Davious White, brought him back, Dane Jackson, drafted Max Harrison, drafted Dorian Strong, who I think has looked pretty good as a later round pick. Like, you've just added so much to that position, and I think you need these guys. You need a couple of young guys to come along and play. And, yeah, I just don't know if there's enough room now to do something like that. And let's also remember, now that he's getting released or been released, he has a say. If you're Jair Alexander, you get traded to the Bills. Okay, well, you're on the Bills or wherever. Now it's like, well, I'm going to a team that just drafted a first-round guy, and they brought back a beloved player who really knows their system. I don't know if he would think that that's the best opportunity for him.
With James Cook, let's get right into it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something. Anybody has any issue with this, you let me know why. True or false? And I feel like it's got to be 99.9% true. All is forgiven?
Yeah.
He was even asked why he tweeted the thing he tweeted, and he said, I don't know. It wasn't a plan. Which is a great answer. You could just tweet something like, pretzels are thirsty, and the NFL... Pretzels are making me thirsty. And the NFL media machine will say, I think that means he wants to get traded to Nashville. The NFL, cryptic tweet. What's it mean? There's an eyeball emoji tweeted by Deion Dawkins. Dawkins convinced the world he was going to retire for a few minutes with a tweet.
Yeah.
And here's Cook saying, 15 million. And some of us, myself probably included, kind of all fell for it. Well, he wants 15. And his answer was I don't know why I did that. He just kind of did it.
Well, that's the tweet that they were referencing?
I think so.
Because I heard him answer that question, and I'm like, what? Are they talking about the $15 million tweet? Are they talking about when he's tweeted eyeball emojis?
Any tweet. The point is, it doesn't have to be part of a grand plan. Tweets.
I looked back, though, through his Twitter since, January, and he's got, 2 tweets that actually have words in them.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is the $15 million one, and the other one is I love Buffalo.
Yeah, right.
Or I love you, Buffalo. So... And then you've got, there's the 100 emoji. There's the eyeball emojis a couple of times. There's the clapping emoji when, Barkley gets paid. But he's not been out here on this, social media war on a day-to-day basis.
That's right.
So, when you ask what's to be forgiven of him, I don't know what's really changed for him. Other than
nothing.
How he's going about what he wants and how much maybe he wants it. And how much he believes he can get it. I still fully believe he wants $15 million on his next contract. Mandatory minicamp starting yesterday for the Bills, and James Cook was there and participated on the field. Said that he cares about his money, didn't want to get fined, and also said that he will be at training camp at St. John Fisher. So the James Cook holdout story probably comes to a little bit of an end here. Also, Shaq Thompson, veteran linebacker of the Carolina Panthers, signing with the Bills on a 1-year deal. He has only played 6 games in the last 2 years due to injury, but had started over 100 for Carolina before that. NBA Finals tonight, 8:30 tip-off between the Pacers and the Thunder. That series is tied 1-1. Series shifts back to Indiana. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think the impromptu question I would give to the world is, name a player that you would be more confident in giving a nice deal to than Terry McLaurin. I'll wait. There's just no way. We're talking a guy, consistent, heart and soul of the organization. He's got the all-pro accolades, the pedigree to back it up. 13 touchdowns last year. He's everything you want in a leader. Who are you more confident handing a big extension to than Terry McLaurin?
Kay Adams, they're on one of the players that's not at their respective mandatory minicamp. Scary Terry McLaurin. You know, the numbers on McLaurin are impressive. He had 13 touchdowns last year, which is a career high, almost double his best, which came in his rookie season. Since then, he's had 4, 5, 5, 4. But he's had 5 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons, and the one season he didn't get it, his rookie season, he got 919 in 14 games. He is as consistent a receiver as there is.
Yes.
And I mentioned going to the break, I wanted to make a quick point on McLaurin, and just it's a general point about every player in the league, and it interweaves with conversations about MVP and who should get paid. What's the difference between McLaurin's first 4 seasons, 5 seasons, and last season? He finally got a quarterback that's awesome.
Yeah.
And his touchdowns doubled.
Well, the other thing I saw that helps with that is how many more scoring situations that they might have been in and opportunities for that. Because I saw a stat this week that he had more red zone touchdowns this past season, than he had in the rest of his career combined.
Right.
But why was that? In part, I mean, he definitely was converting at a higher rate, for sure. But he was going to the red zone more than he ever had been in his career.
And this is something I like to make this point about MVP races. I want to make this point about James Cook, a little bit of defending Cook here. When a great player plays with another great player, I don't want to punish one of them for having the other. I don't want to say, well, he only put up the biggest numbers of his career because he's got Jaden Daniels. Like, yes, that's right.
Yeah.
He could have had these numbers the entire time, but he played with filler material. You gave a great player another great player, and what did you get out of it? Double greatness. This is Burrow and Chase. Would they each be great without each other? Yes. But to me, it's backwards to try and say, well, where would they be without the other guy? I don't want to find out. I want to put great players together.
Right.
Because that's how you get the most out of a great player is, surrounding them with others. So McLaurin, he probably wants huge money, and he'd be worth it. And I saw yesterday on Twitter someone asking what team could he go to where he'd have the most fantasy value. That one I don't really know. He's got pretty good fantasy.
It isn't the Commanders?
I was going to say he's got pretty good fantasy value with the Commanders.
Well, what's interesting about him for that question is you probably are going to see some touchdown regression this year.
Right, 13's a lot.
13's a lot. Like if he has 8, 7.
That's fine.
It's still really good.
Wouldn't you count on him to have 1,000 yards, 1,200 yards? Because they always do.
I would. But is there a team? Because what's interesting is he was targeted less than any year of his career except his rookie season. It was close. He had 117. But, some receivers get 140, 150. What did Diggs get 160 here at some point in time?
Probably around 150, yeah.
But some of those numbers are a lot higher than 117. I mean, 117, you're kind of in the Khalil Shakir tier of getting the ball thrown your way. And I think he's better than that. So is that the build of their offense? Is that they were leading a lot? He's not a high-volume receiver on a team that didn't have really any other great receivers. Daniels ran the ball a lot, too.
Yep.
So, I'm not saying he's not valuable there. I think if I were them, I think they would be crazy to not sign him. But could he go somewhere and become a 1,500-yard receiver?
Definitely.
I think he definitely could with the right system and the right quarterback.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Diggs, by the way, as you mentioned, had in his 4 seasons in Buffalo, his low in targets was 154.
154.
And here's McLaurin with 117.
And his career high is 134.
Yeah. And McLaurin, he's got 1 year left on his deal this year, and then he's a UFA. His cap hit is $25 million this year. He's on a deal that paid him more than $20 million a year. There's, an extension, lower the cap number, push off some money. It's a very easy decision, I would think, for Washington. The point that Sal was making about, James Cook doesn't hold out, and a couple of guys around the league did. Who did? Provably great players at premium positions.
Mm-hmm.
That's who's holding out. TJ Watt, Trey Hendrickson, Terry McLaurin. Provably great, elite position.
Yeah.
Valuable positions. There's no running back out there holding out.
There's one tight end at least, but everybody else fits that bucket.
Jonnu Smith?
Jonnu Smith.
He outperformed his contract.
Yeah, and he plays a position where you usually don't get a giant deal. But, Washington, I think, would be silly to not give him what he wants. Right? That's not, what the Bills did, going to everybody eats and a bunch of good players on offense and having an elite offensive line, and Allen is solidified. I think you can get away with that more when the guy's a veteran and when you have an elite position group in front of him, right? You don't do that with your quarterback in his second year or his third year, right?
That's right.
And I don't know much about Washington's offensive line, but I don't think it's on the Bills' caliber. So, there's one, what the Bills did. If I were Washington, I would not look at, what the Bills did and say, oh, we don't need Terry McLaurin. Look at, they got rid of Diggs and he won the MVP. We got Jaden Daniels, is an elite quarterback. Yes, but I would be much more comfortable doing that if I were them in year 5 or 6 rather than the second year. Look what happened with C.J. Stroud last year. C.J. Stroud regressed in a big way, and that team went out and got him weapons and had a number 1 already.
They all got hurt, though, too.
That's true. And their line was terrible.
Yeah.
So, but look what happened there. When you just thought Stroud, elite quarterback forever now, because he was unbelievable as a rookie. And year 2, didn't look so great.
Not everybody has the Allen trajectory there. 8030550. Have a Twitter poll up. Do you think James Cook is playing his final season as a member of the Bills? Yes or no? You can vote on that at Twitter. I also have my links to donate for our 100 Holes pre-party, which is tomorrow at Wayland. We'll tell you more about that in a little bit. What percentage do you think are voting yes, this is James Cook's last year with the Bills? There are 493 votes in.
I would say...
What percentage say yes, this is his final season?
73.
That's exactly right.
I didn't look, I swear.
73.
I swear I didn't look.
0.5. A little bit off.
You're gonna hit me on the 0.5. I gave you earlier 4 minutes when you had 3 minutes and 56 seconds.
That's closer.
For how long after the show? Yeah. Is it?
Maybe not. 73.5% say yes. Last season with the Bills. I voted yes. I think it's his last season with the Bills.
He also, did you see yesterday, is going to have Cook the Third on his jersey this year.
Yeah.
Cook the Third. That was the last time a Bill had their had the Roman numerals on the back of their jersey.
Ooh. The last Bill to have that. That's a good question.
It's like when didn't Gardner Minshew have Minshew the second when he was in Jacksonville, even though his dad's name was Bob?
That's a good question. We'll get a break in. 8030550. On the Thunder and what they might do if they win and what the Pacers have already done that might be, a bit of a jinx if you believe in that stuff that's coming up. And Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast on James Cook and minicamp as well, coming up top of the hour here on WGR. My favorite thing to point out about the Panthers is, sure, they have their top picks, which they do. They have their big money free agents, but they also have a series of trades for players and signings in free agency where it's not huge money. They identify players that are good. And I know that sounds nuts, but that really is what they've done. They identify players that are good. Verhaeghe was one of those, pardon the term, analytics darlings before he signed in Florida, and then he goes there and he looks great. Sam Bennett, who they trade for, they gave up nothing for Bennett because the league's ready to give up on a guy that was taken near the top of the draft, but didn't score enough for Calgary, I guess? Okay. Over and over again, they just take guys that, actually, that guy's kind of good. Trade for him. And their whole team is that. Seth Jones, another one. It was like Seth Jones last night. Oh, he's on the team, too. Well, the Panthers' model might be, twistedly kind of similar to the Sabres because it's, what about this former top 10 pick? The difference is that the Sabres are trying that on with your Eric Johnsons and your Zach Bogosians and your, guys that aren't so much. And I guess they both did it with Kane. But Florida just identifies good players. And I know that well, yeah, what doofus, what is a GM supposed to do? It's like, well, not all especially in the NHL, not all the GMs are too good at that. And Florida is exceedingly good at just identifying the good players and stockpiling them.
Yeah.
Good for them. I think the question is, do you think it's a show of good faith towards getting a contract done?
Sure.
Or is it just he admits defeat and he doesn't have any real leg to stand on here?
Pretty much.
That's a good Twitter poll. Do you think this increases the chances he is a Buffalo Bill next year? Will he play
in 2026?
Yeah. Will he play a down as a Bill in the new stadium?
Mm-hmm.
Would you bet it?
No.
What do you think? I would also bet no.
I would bet no.
I would bet no. But then again, depends on the market next year. If he has a great year and goes to market and doesn't get what he expects to get, I don't know. It's tough. I don't think it's a gesture of good faith. Not that it's in bad faith, but if it were in good faith, I feel like he would have sounded like, "Oh, we'll get something done," and he didn't say that. Perhaps the most interesting thing that comes out of this. It's about what Allen said. He's one of the top backs in the league, and hopefully that's reflected soon.
Yeah.
The way this organization supports Allen, and I don't want to go too far in saying giving him everything he wants, but Allen is consulted, is he not? Don't we kind of know? They tell him what they're going to do. And
I would assume he has a good idea.
If you have a good relationship with a quarterback, there's no doubt that there's a better chance you're going to be on the team, not cut, paid well. That's backup quarterbacks. That's maybe Dawson Knox got a hometown. Not a hometown deal. What am I trying to say? Dawson Knox openly wanted to stay, and got huge money. Yeah. Like there was never an issue. Like Knox, he's here to stay. He's quarterback's buddy. He's a security blanket, tight end. He plays all the time. We love everything about the way that he operates. If it's a coordinator, a quarterback's coach, if it's he liked Keon Coleman, he wanted Kincaid. I don't think that Allen makes these decisions. But if Allen were to go to the GM and say, I really like Cook. I think he's one of the best backs in the league, and I hope that's reflected soon. Would he say that to Bean, or is that just Josh saying something at a press conference because he's being diplomatic and he's saying nice things about his teammate?
If he does, in fact, get a championship, that he will undoubtedly be the best player in Thunder history, and he will, at 26, get a statue.
I don't think he gets this statue right away, but if he can bring a ring back to Oklahoma City, he's for sure going to have a statue. And listen, by the way, this might be the first statue that we see of a player that's going to probably have all of his teammates in the background of the statue. So if he gets a statue, the entire Oklahoma City Thunder, they all get a statue because they do everything by committee. Even their post-game interviews, you can tell by the camaraderie that these guys love and they enjoy working with each other.
So, saw this story and appreciated it. I like to bring this up quite a bit, that more statues. That's Michelle Beadle starting it back. The show's Run It Back on FanDuel TV. And if SGA were to lead the Thunder to a title, they should give him a statue. Paul Pierce says they'll get him a statue. Yes, that's the right thing to do. If Josh Allen wins the Super Bowl this year, I want a giant Josh Allen statue next to the giant Buffalo immediately. You win a championship, especially your franchise's first, statue. There are not enough statues. We need more.
Okay. One title's all you need? Best player on one title?
Yeah, one title.
Should Kawhi Leonard get a statue in Toronto? He's always the best for this because he left 1 year, one championship, and he's gone. Should Kawhi Leonard get a statue in Toronto?
No.
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 He won them a title.
But left.
Efficiency.
Maybe he should get a statue.
He won 100% of the championships when he was in Toronto.
True. 1 for 1.
Like, really, how different is... I mean, it is different, right? Because one is more enjoyable over the course of many years than the other. But if Josh Allen played for 20 years and won a Super Bowl, everybody would be happy.
Yep.
Everybody would love that. Kawhi Leonard would have accomplished... Just under the rings, he would have accomplished the same amount.
In 1 year.
In 1
Toronto,
year.
Yeah.
So, like, if that's what it's all about, and he did it...
Yeah,
like,
go ahead.
Like, really, like that would have been like asking, would you have taken Josh Allen... The first year he became a superstar in 2020... He wins the Super Bowl. And then he leaves the next year. Or he retires the next year.
Statue.
He wants to play baseball. He gets a statue.
Yeah, I'll give him a statue. Meanwhile, in Indiana, they named all the streets around the arena after current players.
Okay, like not permanently.
Are they trolling the Knicks by doing that? Because the Knicks did that last round.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Well,
yeah.
It'd be funny if it was trolling them. Yeah.
They've named streets around, what's their building called? Halliburton Road.
It's like something
Bryant Boulevard,
Fieldhouse.
Toppin Ave, Turner Lane, Gainbridge Fieldhouse.
Gainbridge
They've
Fieldhouse.
renamed all the streets around their arena to the player names.
Okay. That though, like that one, I never.
It's cute.
Yeah, but
it's just, you know,
it's for a week,
and again, it's temporary.
You're not actually renaming the street that.
No, that's right. I'd be down for a statue.
It's like Josh Allen Street by the stadium.
Do they have a Josh Allen Street by the
There's
stadium?
an Allen Street like right there, and someone always puts.
But that
Josh.
already existed. They didn't rename a street in Josh Allen's honor. I don't think.
Well, isn't that kind of what this is, where you're just temporarily renaming it?
Yeah, but
Or
that
the
I'm
city
saying I think that's always been called Allen Street, and then they just happened to draft Josh Allen.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
By the stadium?
Wasn't that always Allen Street?
I don't know what street you're talking about.
There's it's like a little side street, like right before the stadium.
It's like 2 streets before the stadium.
No, like would there really? You really want? How about instead of a statue, after the Bills win a Super Bowl and Josh Allen retires, you build him a statue too. But we're gonna rename Abbott Road Allen Road.
Into it, but
like permanent, like not for the week, not for the month. Like it is forever now known as Allen Street or Allen Road. Allen Avenue.
That road's going to be...
Although an avenue, I think, needs more than one lane.
I was going to say, like, I was about to say more prominent with the new stadium, but I guess it's exactly the same. I mean, it goes right by the stadium. It's going to be really close to the new stadium, or it is really close.
That's literally the middle,
right?
I think.
But it's even closer. Like, it's not far at all. From the road to the stadium, it's not far at all. One thing I learned over the course of... when Sal and I played in the Bills Media Golf Tournament with John Polko last week, he's one of the main guys on the stadium. We've had him on a few times. So Tennessee is also building their stadium right now, and I think the number he gave me was the new stadium and the old stadium. We think the Bills are close, right? It's across the street.
Yeah.
That the new Titan Stadium and the old Titan Stadium, at the closest point of where the two of them are, it's 150 feet. That's... right next to it, right on top of it. And Tennessee, even though they are pretty far along in their construction, they'll have to wait longer. I think they come into their stadium a year after the Bills go into their stadium. So, for whatever that's worth to you. But right on top of it, 150 feet apart in the closest.
Yeah. How about this as an idea very quickly, because I know we're late to break. It's because someone messaged me, Kyle Lowry, when we were talking about Kawhi and the Raptors in a statue.
Yeah.
They're apparently, are they still doing this? There was a Kyle Lowry statue that was like, it would move. Like one day it would be here in Toronto, another day.
That's not a statue if it moves.
It would be in front of the CN Tower one day. It would be in front of the water another day. It'd be in front of the arena this day. Yeah. It would move around. It was a mobile statue. How about that? That's weird.
The Bills had those big giant wooden ones, right? They put inside the stadium for a while. You don't remember the big wooden?
No idea.
Idea
what you're talking about.
The carved wooden Ralph Wilson was there. They had a series of all-time greats carved in wood. Look it up. They had them recently.
Wooden statues?
Yeah, big giant logs carved into. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. He got a takeaway out of that James Cook conversation about snap percentages. We'll dig into with him. So Cook's back. All's well, right? You think he's playing out his final year? 803-0550, Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, when we return here on WGR. I think the question is, do you think it's a show of good faith towards getting a contract done?
Sure.
Or is it just he admits defeat and he doesn't have any real leg to stand on here?
Pretty much.
That's a good Twitter poll. Do you think this increases the chances he is a Buffalo Bill next year? Will he play
in 2026?
Yeah. Will he play a down as a Bill in the new stadium?
Mm-hmm.
Would you bet it?
No.
What do you think? I would also bet no.
I would bet no.
But then again, depends on the market next year. If he has a great year and goes to market and doesn't get what he expects to get, I don't know. It's tough. I don't think it's a gesture of good faith. Not that it's in bad faith, but if it were in good faith, I feel like he would have sounded like, "Oh, we'll get something done," and he didn't say that. Perhaps the most interesting thing that comes out of this, it's about what Allen said. He's one of the top backs in the league, and hopefully that's reflected soon.
Yeah,
the way this organization supports Allen, and I don't want to go too far in saying giving him everything he wants, but Allen is consulted, is he not? Don't we kind of know they tell him what they're going to do? And
I would assume he has a good idea.
If you have a good relationship with a quarterback, there's no doubt that there's a better chance you're going to be on the team, not cut, paid well. That's backup quarterbacks. That's maybe Dawson Knox got a hometown. I mean, not a hometown deal. What am I trying to say? I mean, Dawson Knox openly wanted to stay, and got huge money. Yeah. Like there was never an issue. Like Knox, he's here to stay. He's quarterback's buddy. He's a security blanket at tight end. He plays all the time. We love everything about the way that he operates. If it's a coordinator, a quarterback's coach, if it's he liked Keon Coleman, he wanted Kincaid. I don't think that Allen makes these decisions. But if Allen were to go to the GM and say, I really like Cook. I think he's one of the best backs in the league, and I hope that's reflected soon. Would he say that to Bean, or is that just Josh saying something at a press conference because he's being diplomatic and he's saying nice things about his teammate?
What's the most interesting story with them now? If the Cook story dies here, what's the most interesting story with the Bills between now and the start of the season?
Will Josh Allen win a Super Bowl? That is the entire franchise's existence right now. will they deliver for him? Right?
More than
it's less. It's less. I feel like it is less. Will he deliver for them? And it's more. Will they deliver for him?
That's a good question. What is it more to? Because I wonder if that does to me feel like how most people approach it right now. Is almost the idea that Allen's done his job.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to do yours. McDermott, Bean,
and Allen
the
will
roster, the Kincaid, the defense, all of it.
And Allen will continue to do his job.
Right.
And how will you match it? He's the MVP.
Right. And the season hasn't really gone down with him, not at least swinging. Right? Like
the only time it did, it was Cincinnati, and it was written off. It was the only time that he had a bad day in the playoffs and they lost.
Well,
and it was written off.
Let me put it this way then. There wasn't a day where the season ended where everybody else did enough and he didn't come through. Right? Because Cincinnati, nobody would have said that about the rest of it.
Sure.
Right? Like he maybe is fortunate in that he gets lumped in with the rest. Like
because nobody.
There's probably a feeling that if Allen had been at his best that day, they still would have lost.
Yes.
Right? And that's maybe why he gets away with it?
Yep. Because they made no stops, basically.
Right.
And that's last year, too. I mean, last year, they had the ball. The last 2 years, they've had the ball down 3.
Yeah.
And the GM and the offensive coordinator have both said, I would take that every time. And, they're 0 for 2, but I don't get too many people that blame him, in part because Diggs had a drop, Kincaid had a drop.
Yeah.
And he's putting the ball where it's got to be.
Yesterday was the first day of mandatory minicamp for the Bills, and James Cook was there and was doing things on the field, participating. He said that he likes his money, didn't want to get fined, and did confirm, though, that he will be at training camp. See if he does a hold-in, but for now, the James Cook story appears to be squashed for him in a potential holdout. Cook was there. The Bills are also signing a linebacker, Shaq Thompson, to a one-year deal. Veteran of the Carolina Panthers. He's been there for a decade, goes back to when McDermott and Bean were there in 2015 and 2016. But he's missed a ton of games the last 2 years, only 6 games played in the last 2 seasons for Thompson. Elsewhere around the NFL, we knew about Terry McLaurin and Trey Hendrickson and TJ Watt and others that were holding out of their team's minicamp. Add Jonnu Smith to the list. The Dolphins tight end, who there were trade rumors about last week, was not there as he is looking for a new contract. Tonight, Game 3 of the NBA Finals. 8:30 tip-off for the Pacers and Thunder. Series tied at 1 game apiece. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I'm very, very proud that he's here and he's working as hard as he is, being on the field with us. I know a lot of guys that wouldn't do that, but he's out there and working hard and showing everybody that he's here for the right reasons, and hopefully that can get solved. I love Jimbo. I think the whole team does, and he's one of the best backs in the league, and hopefully that can be reflected soon. And just props for him to be here and show out like that. So very proud that he's here. I want everybody to get paid and get what they're worth. I don't have anything to do with that. All I care about is that he's okay mentally and he can come out here and perform physically, and usually the rest takes care of itself. But it shows a lot that he's here.
QB1, Josh Allen, reigning NFL MVP, newly married at Bills' mandatory minicamp. And there he is talking about James Cook, who showed up. The rumble kind of started yesterday. Actually, he is going to be in town, despite the Adam Schefter report that he would not be in Buffalo for quite some time. Here he is at mandatory minicamp saying it's because he likes his money, doesn't want to get fined, which, I think a lot of people can identify with. I'm at work because I'm supposed to be, and if I don't, it'll cost me money. So James Cook is in and indicates he plans to kind of be around and, start preparing to win a Super Bowl. Joining us on the Western Hotline is Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast and many other podcasts. We can get to Locked On NFL Scouting. He and I do the Bill Squad show with Jerry Ostrowski as well. Joe, good morning. After all that, James Cook shows up.
Yeah, he certainly does. The Schefter report, I'm not sure what his time frame is for a while, maybe just a few hours, but interesting to see those reports come out and kind of priming us to believe that maybe he wouldn't be there. And then he's there and does a press conference, which I give him credit for. He didn't have to do that. And it seems like for now, things are okay.
Yeah. The Schefter report, him saying over the weekend that it would be a while, at least in his mind, for Cook. I wonder how much of Cook showing up surprised people around the league, because typically, we saw this yesterday in other franchises, when a star player is looking for a big contract. The more typical route seems to be the holdout, at least up until training camp.
Well, we definitely saw several players across the league not report to mandatory camp. Trey Hendrickson, T.J. Watt, Jonnu Smith, Jalen Ramsey. Those are all veteran players. There's a lot of players just like James Cook that are entering their fourth season. They were extension eligible after their third season, and they're there, right? Sauce Gardner with the Jets, these other guys that are in the same position, these guys on rookie deals, they show up. And these veterans that have, made a bunch of money in the NFL, that have a little bit more of an argument, I think, are the ones that are holding out of these mandatory camps. So I think that's where we've kind of seen some differentiation between who's there and who's not there.
Joe, a conversation you and I have had, and this is probably the next stage of Cook, and maybe he and his agent are having this conversation with Brandon Beane or the coaching staff, and that's a little bit of what can he do? What is the road to an extension? Because it might not just be money. It might be the role that the Bills want him to play versus the role he thinks he can play. He might think he's a three-down back. He might want to get better at pass protection. He might want more snaps. But if they have him in a rotation and they don't trust him in that game, then you'd almost say to him, like, listen, you're probably never going to be a $15 million back to us. Do you think that there's stuff he could do, he could work on? Do you think he could really take a road where he could impress them enough to want to give him that kind of money?
Well, I think it's challenging for that to happen in Buffalo, because my expectations for James Cook is for him to have around 250 touches, probably 1,200 to 1,500 yards. The touchdown numbers will be interesting because, he didn't get a lot of inside the 5 carries. His touchdowns came because he was able to hit some home runs. I don't know if that's a sustainable method of getting touchdowns. I think last year was more of an outlier year in that capacity. But the way that I look at this is it's a benefit to the Bills and to the backs in season that the Bills do have kind of a 50-25-25 split. And we've heard Sean McDermott say in the past, it's not good for one back to really carry the majority of the load. I think they want to have multiple guys involved. And that's good for the Bills' offense. It's good for those backs and their ability to be available later in the season. And I've talked a couple of times about contrasting the 2023 James Cook to the 2024 James Cook, where he had like 50 less touches year over year. But how much better was James Cook down the stretch last season when you think about some really outstanding playoff performances, where in 2023 it felt like after that Dallas game maybe he hit a bit of a wall. And so I think it's all beneficial. What it's not beneficial to is for the contract conversation. And James Cook came out and said during the press conference yesterday he doesn't look at snap count percentages, which I think is probably necessary to understand why he's not getting the money he's after. But I think that the Bills are reluctant to have a back that plays 70, 80% of snaps. I think they like attacking this from a multi-pronged approach and allowing them to use different skill sets, allowing backs to be more healthy and durable later into the season. And I think that's how the Bills want to deploy their backfield. And so that kind of flies in the face of the opportunity that would exist this year to show more, because I don't think the Bills want him to. I think they want him in this 50% role and, for him to be available throughout the entire season and late into the postseason.
Right. His size, I'm thinking about as you're talking this way too, because he has held up completely fine. There's been no issues about his health and, him holding up through a season. But right, like, if you make him a back that plays, 70, 80% of the snaps, and now he's pass blocking more than he has, and, he's maybe playing in more Ray Davis situations than he did before, would you expect that to continue, or would you even just want to take the risk? Like, what's the point of taking that risk, I guess, through a regular season when, a lot of this is about January anyway?
Yeah, we're talking about James Cook's 5'11", 190. That's a tall, lean build. For an NFL featured back. When you look at these guys that play all the snaps, they're a lot more dense with their builds. And I don't know that. James Cook's a good football player. There's just some limitations that exist with him that are prohibitive for him being a true 75% of snaps back. And I think some of the size components matter, especially you're talking late season football. So I don't want to sound like I'm trying to bash on James Cook. I think he's a very, very good football player, but I think that there's a lot of complicating factors for the Bills in meeting what we believe his contract demands are.
That said, Joe, let's talk about the player that he is. He'll be here for at least one more year, and then, the conversation kind of renews. But the style of runner that Cook is and the way the Bills block in the run game, how good of a match is it? We know Ray Davis is there and Ty Johnson is there, and, they have a running back by committee. But how about the style that Cook presents and why it's so successful?
Yeah, James Cook's an outstanding zone runner, and it's something that he's improved at over the course of his career. I think that was really the biggest thing that I noticed year 2 to year 3 jump was just his feel for zone. And, zone running is very interesting because there's not a defined track. There's things that you read off of, and then you get downhill. You're anticipating creases, and James Cook does a very good job of that, and especially with the cutback zone runs that the Bills set up. And so structurally how the Bills block it is great for James Cook. And I think that's the way it should be. You should block things and set up things that favor the style of running back that you have. So if the Bills were to not have James Cook, I think that their run schemes would look a little bit different, but that ability to navigate zone runs is really a high-level trait of James Cook, and the Bills set it up quite well for him. And I think that the Bills, if they didn't have James Cook, would have to change a little bit structurally how they run the football, because I like Ray Davis and Ty Johnson. They're just not the zone runners that James Cook is. And so that's kind of how that marriage works, and the Bills would have to change some things structurally with how they run the football because James Cook is that outstanding zone runner.
Joe Marino with us on the West Her Hotline. Not that these guys are holdout stories or anything, but mentioned earlier in the week, Joe, that both McGovern and David Edwards are going into contract years as well, potential contract years. When you think about the Bills and their run scheme and their success up front, like the tackles are always the first two names that come up because, they might just be the best, two players outside of Josh Allen on the offense. But those three in the middle, I don't even know if you need to take the jump to like which ones should they prioritize keeping going forward. But when you're looking at the Bills' ground attack and pass protection, how solid do you see those three inside pieces being, more specifically than just the whole line?
Well, I think that they are really important pieces, in particular with the run and the pass, honestly. I mean, when you think about how the Bills like to run a lot of inside zone, a lot of duo, they will pull their tackles. And a lot of that, you need some power players inside. And O'Cyrus Torrence is a guy that, can sustain blocks in the run game, that can create displacement and movement in the run game. He complements both the zone runs and the gap runs where there's a lot of pulling involved. That they need him to be able to sustain those blocks. And so he's a really important anchor point in the run game. I would say in pass pro, I think that's where there's some room for growth. With that middle three, the Bills like to use a lot of five-man protections, which means that they don't help their offensive line. They know you have five offensive linemen, a quarterback, and five eligibles. If you have five-man protections, that means that there's no extra help for the offensive line, and you're maximizing the eligible receivers that go out for routes. And they want that menu to be big for Josh Allen when he's reading the field. And that puts a little bit of stress on this offensive line. And you see, obviously, I think Brown and Dawkins are really high-level players, particularly in pass protection. And they can handle that, but, you're not getting backs frequently stepping up and helping with that pocket depth. And where I think you see the Bills' offensive line stress the most is against those interior pass rushers, against teams that will dial up creative and exotic blitz looks and pressure looks with how they challenge that middle three, because I think where O'Cyrus Torrence maybe lacks a little bit is with foot speed and being able to handle one-on-one quicker interior pass rushers, or, hey, you have to respond on the fly and, your weight's going one way and they send a looper and now you have to redirect. You have the foot speed to cut off those angles. I think that's where things can get a little bit stressed. And so I think it's mostly really, really good, but the Bills ask a lot of their offensive line, and those middle three are important. I think they have very different skill sets, but it feels like the give and take mostly rides with Torrance, and I'm excited to see what he does in year three. I think he's had a really good start to his career, but that's the guy where you feel like you're looking for ceiling in this offensive line and how it can be even better. I think it's him taking that big year three step, which is big for him because he's extension eligible after this season, and we've seen the guard market really, really explode, and I'm sure O'Cyrus Torrence would like to partake in that.
Joe Marino. Joe, as we get to training camp, mandatory minicamp, we've seen some injuries, some guys popping up here and there, but there's not much indication any one of these injuries is serious enough to drift into training camp. And I want to get to one player that missed reps last year and I think should be a real big focal point this year in training camp. That's Cole Bishop, who rookie second-round safety, who they have clearly a lot of belief in to take that highly. And the athletic profile is nice. And, for him to miss any time at mandatory minicamp or be banged up, all right, that's fine, ready for training camp, because last year a slow start might have been flat out due to the fact that he was not ready. He was not healthy throughout training camp. So feels like he's on the short list of players that really need a lot of reps, really need the work when we get to actual training camp.
Yeah, when Sean McDermott was disclosing the list of players that would miss due to injuries, and he got to Cole Bishop, it was like, probably one of the guys you would definitely not want to be on that list because those reps are really important. And we've heard, both Babich and McDermott talk about the communication piece and knowing the scheme and allowing the scheme to unlock the skill set as you become more comfortable, and feels like, reps for a guy like Cole Bishop feel really, really important. And so, obviously we want those to happen in training camp. And so it's good news that it doesn't feel like anything there is going to linger, but another situation where you're trying to solidify things next to Taylor Rapp, and it's not just Cole Bishop. DeMar Hamlin is also injured, which means great opportunity for Derek Forrest to get a lot of reps with the first team. But this team has a lot riding on Cole Bishop in his development, and you certainly don't want to hear anything about him missing any time with how important those reps are.
Joe Marino with us. When you see Shaq Thompson sign for a contract, does it? I mean, their linebackers, both Milano, of course, and then Bernard, less or so, have dealt with their injuries for a couple of years. Thompson and the Bills' linebacker depth, are you more comfortable with it with a veteran in that room competing going into training camp?
Yeah, it certainly doesn't hurt. I've liked Shaq Thompson for a long time. He's a good NFL starting linebacker. Obviously, back-to-back year-ending injuries that are pretty significant, the fibula and an Achilles. Those are not great. You're 31 years old. That's not a great formula. But you look at the Bills' linebacker room, and outside of Matt Milano, they're technically all on rookie deals. Terrell Bernard's in his 4th season, and he's got his extension, but these are all guys within their first 4 seasons, very young. You've got Andreessen and Ulofoshio, who are second-year players, and Balin Spector's your first guy in at middle linebacker, and that guy is injured all the time and doesn't even really play. With all that happens in practice, it seems like with Balin Spector. And so, when I thought about this, Dorian Williams is the linebacker 3 for the Bills, but he's not a guy that's really they've asked him to play the Mike, right? He's been more of the Milano weak side linebacker fill-in guy where the Mike piece has not really been there. And so you're one snap away from Balin Spector, who's not been available for you. And then you get to Joe Andreessen, and I think we all rooting for him, but we're still talking about a second-year player that was an undrafted free agent. Shaq Thompson's ability to play the Mike as a guy that's familiar with McDermott's defense, makes a lot of sense in a depth role, especially when they've done nothing to help the linebacker room outside of a UDFA. It's the top 6 linebackers from last year. They're all returning. And so I think it was overdue to make a move at linebacker. And I think at this point to get a guy with his experience, you certainly don't love the injuries and you don't love that he's on the wrong side of 30, but a veteran for the room. And I don't think there's really any downside to the addition at this point.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills, Locked On NFL Scouting, Bills Squad, NFL First Read, and a host of other things. Joe, thanks for the time this morning.
Glad to do it, guys. Thank you.
All right, Joe Marino. You can, of course, catch him all those places I mentioned. Bill Squad, we're live on YouTube. He and I and Jerry O on Mondays and Thursdays. James Cook in the building. All is well. I've got an instant trivia stat to get to. I'll save it to next segment. I'll save it for a minute.
Okay. Just read James Myrtle, Alex Tuck. His name has been out there. Buffalo will have to move him if he's clear he won't extend. Heard a clip from Chad DiDomenicis during the break before about, what his contract could look like.
Yep.
I'll just say this. If the Sabres cannot sign the dude that grew up as a Sabre fan, then they need to retire guys that want to be here forever. Because if you can't keep the kid that was a Sabre fan, then it's not a great look, I guess.
I get that. I almost want to say, what really would surprise you about that? I grew up loving this team. I don't believe in the organization's chance to win. My career is short. I've been to the Cup final. I want to win.
No, it really...
really, would it... I guess, if he re-signs, would you feel any different about them than if they traded him?
No.
I know what you're saying.
But you could feel worse about it if he left. I mean, he's the guy that meets Lindy in the facilities when he gets rehired.
I might dispute that. You'd feel worse if he left? Just because I think there are people that can't feel worse. I'm not trying to...
Sure.
Okay. It's another brick in the wall. Let's see him win the Cup next year. I mean,
Yeah.
But I get it. It's
because he is the face of, he's the one talking about, the black and red uniforms, and he's the one that I mentioned meets Lindy when he comes back, and he's the one who's most adamant, I feel like, about wanting to win here and feeling like he means it because he's got the credentials for it. And if he gives up on it, this ain't going to work.
803-0550. Hey, what are you doing tomorrow night? We'll be at Wayland for our 100 Holes pre-party, and you can come on out. There's golf on and the hockey game tomorrow night as well. So you got plans for watching the hockey game? Come on out. We'll be at Wayland tomorrow for our 100 Holes pre-party raffle, 100 Holes of Golf, to raise money for the Live Like Luca Foundation and the Courage of Carly Fund with Roswell Park. I've got a website for you here to go donate, and every $20 donation is a ticket in every raffle. We have I'm bringing all the stuff there today, so soon we'll have a picture of all the stuff. 3 signed Bills helmets, 1 Josh Allen, 1 Cole Beasley, 1 Von Miller, a signed Tage jersey, more golf than you can possibly imagine, tons of foursomes to give away, encore stuff, boxes of balls, an encore cooler, experiences, driver fittings, like lots to give away. And you can enter by going to, here's what we read for the website, give.roswellpark.org/go-to/Jeremy. That's it. Hopefully you can remember that. What is it? give.roswellpark.org/go-to/Jeremy. Or just go to like my pinned tweet on Twitter. And any $20 is 1 ticket. You want to buy 5? Put $100 in there. But you get a ticket to every single drawing in this raffle. And you do not have to be present to win. If you win that Josh Allen helmet and you live in Minnesota, I will ship it to you. No matter, we'll ship it. That's right. That's the commitment you got from us. So you do not need to be present to win. You can donate, support the cause. It supports Live Like Luca and the Courage of Carly Fund ahead of our 100 holes, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. So give.roswellpark.org/go-to/Jeremy, or go to my pinned tweet. You can Venmo. You can go to that link, and all donations are greatly appreciated. I've had a lot of donations so far, so thank you so much. Excited to have this event tomorrow night. You can come. $1 from every Especial draft sold tomorrow goes to our cause. So come on out and drink a beer on the patio. Watch a hockey game with us. Yeah, it's going to be great. So, thanks for your donations in advance. Thanks to everyone that's already donated. Excited to give these prizes away. Thanks to the Bills and the Sabres and everybody that's been donating these prizes as well as we get this cause as much money as we can. Okay, the fun trivia. When we get back, it's sometimes trivia makes a point, and I'm ready to make one with this one. Because I feel like this entire Cook conversation, it's probably like most conversations, Joe, where it sounds like everybody's either like, you need him or get rid of him, never ever sign a running back. And tomorrow, the hypothetical is James Cook drops his ass to $11 million per year. The Bills would agree to give 3 years, 33. You want the deal done? Yes or no? Time of year, of course. 3 years, vibes are awesome. 33. Fire pits and he just comes in today and says, you know what? Being outdoors is sorry about that really 15 tweet. You get a chance to be outdoors. 11 sounds great. They're indoor, has so much natural light. It's beautiful in there. Whalen Brewing, more than doubling beer. You'll find their beer all over the place now as well. Doubled it quite a bit from the year before. Wegmans in consumers. The final year of the deal with your performance escalators. You'll see Whalen Beer more places. How good he's been. Mondays, bingo nights, and all trivia that. Wednesdays, contract. Thursday burger night, a new burger and a Whalen beer for just $20. That's every Thursday. So 2 years ago, he made last year he made 1.1 in consumers. Nothing beats this year. Make 5.2. Get there. He's already making a lot more. Yep. And now he says 11 sounds good. Would you sign it? 3 for 33. You want it signed? I can tell you what the Twitter poll results are early on. Of course, give our answers. My answer is sure, fine.
My guess is that's also how most people are probably going to answer.
Sure, fine.
Is that like I'm in for that. I'll sign that deal.
I'll do that.
Yeah. I would not sign that deal. But I don't know that there's many contracts that I would really sign him to. But even at 11 is a fair number for him. If you compare that to other running backs in the league and what they make, you're right in really what Aaron Jones is in that territory.
And Aaron Jones is a great comp, is he not?
He's a pretty good comp. Yeah. It's lower than Kamara and Jacobs. It's a little bit higher than Mixon and James Conner and David Montgomery, and I think that's right. That's the sweet spot. That's about what I think he's probably worth. And I would not sign him to that contract.
With James Cook, let's get right into it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something. Anybody has any issue with this, you let me know why. True or false? And I feel like it's got to be 99.9% true. all is forgiven?
Yeah,
He was even asked why he tweeted the thing he tweeted, and he said, "I don't know. It wasn't a plan." Which is a great answer. You could just tweet something like "pretzels are thirsty," and the NFL pretzels are making me thirsty, and the NFL media machine will say like, "I think that means he wants to get traded to Nashville." You know, the NFL. Oh, cryptic tweet. What's it mean? There's an eyeball emoji tweeted by Deion Dawkins. Dawkins convinced the world he was going to retire for a few minutes with a tweet.
Yeah.
And here's Cook saying like $15 million. And we, some of us, myself probably included, kind of all fell for it. Like, well, he wants 15. And his answer was like, yeah, I don't know why I did that. Like, he just kind of did it.
Well, that's the tweet that they were referencing?
I think so.
Because I heard him answer that question, and I'm like, what? Are they talking about the $15 million tweet? Are they talking about when he's tweeted eyeball emojis?
Any tweet. The point is, it doesn't have to be part of a grand plan. Tweets.
You know, I looked back, though, through his Twitter since, like, January, and he's got, like, 2 tweets that actually have words in them.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is the $15 million one, and the other one is I love Buffalo.
Yeah, right.
Or I love you, Buffalo. So... And then you've got, like, there's the 100 emoji. There's the eyeball emojis a couple of times. You know, there's the clapping emoji when, like, Barkley gets paid. But he's not been out here on this, like, social media war on a day-to-day basis.
That's right.
So, like, when you ask what's to be forgiven of him, like, I don't know what's really changed for him. Other than
nothing.
How he's going about what he wants and how much maybe he wants it. And how much he believes he can get it. Like, I still fully believe he wants $15 million on his next contract. Minicamp for the Bills started yesterday. James Cook was there. No contract yet, but said he didn't want to get fined and that he'll also be at training camp. So Cook was there and participating, not a hold-in situation or anything like that. The Bills signed linebacker Shaq Thompson to a 1-year deal. Longtime Carolina Panther, 31 years old. He started over 100 games in the NFL. He's been mostly injured the last 2 seasons. Elsewhere around the NFL, Jonnu Smith holding out in Miami, adding to the list of TJ Watt, Terry McLaurin, Trey Hendrickson, Jalen Ramsey around the league. Tonight, Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Pacers and Thunder, series tied 1-1 in Indiana tonight at 8:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I credit James. You know, business is business. At the end of the day, you know, he loves being around this team and the guys in the locker room, and he loves to play football. So I respect his decision to be here and be amongst the team and get some work in today. We're looking forward to that.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott. Is a little bit of trivia right here. Running back trivia. You can keep this.
Love running back
This
trivia.
music keeps rolling. We can roll. We don't need the instant trivia music. This is a good vibe. Whatever. We can do instant trivia too. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Okay, so, hey, James Cook, we all got our opinions. Will it be his last year? We've got a Twitter poll up about that if you want it. I started digging into some running back stats. What I was looking for was Cook's drop percentage because I think you told me it got a lot better last year.
It did. I could find that very quickly for you, but I think when I saw it the other day, it was 11% 2 years ago, and
Down
this
to
past year it
5?
was 5.
Yeah, manageable.
Yeah.
So what I found was not that. I looked for that, and I gave up because I found something interesting.
Okay.
The top 5 running backs in yards after contact.
Okay.
Per attempt. Who are the top 5 NFL running backs in yards after contact per attempt.
Yards after contact per attempt.
Top 5 NFL running backs last season.
After contact.
Yep, after contact.
Derrick Henry.
Number 1.
Yeah.
2.8 yards per contact.
Saquon? He ran through a lot of open holes. But he also broke a lot of big runs. Saquon.
No.
Wow. I guess there were a lot of open holes.
He is 6th.
Okay, that's pretty good.
So the top 5 backs, fun fact here, the next 4 are all tied at number 2.
Oh, okay.
So Henry, 2.8. The next 4 are all even at 2.4 yards after contact per run. Who are those 4 running backs?
Jonathan Taylor.
No.
Breece Hall.
No.
Josh Jacobs.
Yes. 2.4 yards after contact per attempt. He has the lowest yards before contact of this group. Jacobs. Okay. You got Henry 1. Jacobs is tied for 2. 3 others are tied for 2nd.
What about Bucky Irving?
No.
He had a really good year, though. All right.
Might be a minimum number of attempts here, but no.
Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
2.4 yards after contact per attempt.
Okay. Oh, what about your boy Bijan?
Correct.
Yeah.
Henry, Gibbs, Bijan, Jacobs. One more.
Is it gettable? Is it hard?
It's gettable.
All right. Devin Achane had a bad year. It's not going to be him. What about Kyron Williams?
Kyron Williams is 7th in this. No.
James Conner?
No.
Did I guess Cook already?
You did not.
Cook.
Yes.
Oh, duh. Forgot I didn't guess Cook.
Just so we're clear.
Okay.
Just saying. Saquon Barkley, I mean, he's amazing.
Yeah.
James Cook, it's the line that makes him. Saquon Barkley, yards before contact per attempt, 4.1. James Cook's on that, 2.6. Barkley gets
That's
a full
crazy.
1.5 yards per carry more before he's touched.
Yeah.
James Cook has a higher yards after contact per attempt than Saquon Barkley.
It's pretty good. It's really good.
He's good. I don't think anybody disputes he's good.
Especially all those other backs. Like Joe Marino, how do you describe him? Tall and lean for a running back? Mm-hmm. Pretty sure all those other guys you mentioned are shorter
Squatty
and built.
Yeah. It really gets to the the
Except for
archetype.
Henry's tall, obviously.
Sure, but he's also jacked.
Yeah, right.
It gets to the NFL running back archetype. He's not gonna maybe ever be the 3-down guy, right. And that's the only thing that. Sure, there are deficiencies in that part of the game, like pass protection.
Yeah,
because at the job of just running the ball,
he's really good.
He's awesome.
Which it is good. It's huge for him that he's become that because he's kind of unique. How many backs of his build are able to survive in the league without being an expert at being a 3rd down back? Yeah. Right? That's why they drafted him. Right? They thought that's what he was going to develop into because why not? He's got the build for it. He's got the athleticism for it, but he's had drop problems and he can't pass protect.
It is kind of funny.
So basically, if he hadn't become such a great runner, he really wouldn't be in the league.
It's kind of funny. They, like you said, you draft him to be a 3rd down back. He doesn't do very, very many things on 3rd down we like. Right. But the other stuff he does, right. He's pretty darn good at.
He's become a completely different player than I think his draft profile set up for. And you could argue a more valuable one,
yes.
right?
Yes.
If he was I would rather him be top 5 in that stat and be an elite zone runner, like Joe said. I'd rather him be those things than be. I can find Ty Johnson's. I did.
Yeah, you did.
Ty Johnson, practice squad. You can find guys that play that role. So it's more valuable what he's become for sure.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Do you think Cook is playing his final year with the Bills this year? He'll get to next season. It'll be unrestricted free agency at that point, and then we'll see what the offers get to. He might not like the offers, and then just kind of comes back. Sometimes free agency can be a little bit You think you're going to hit the Wild West and it's going to be silly season. And then other times, we've seen this with goalies a bunch. And to me, goalie went through a little bit of the same kind of roller coaster that running back did, which was it doesn't matter who it is. Oh, wait, some of them are worth it. Meanwhile, you're kind of riding the hot hand. And I'm thinking about Cook here for getting to the open market. Sometimes goalies go to the open market and they find out there's not that many nets. There's only 32 nets.
Yeah.
And 3 teams are thinking about a guy, and that means it's not that expensive. So with all these teams that just drafted running backs in this past draft, when Cook hits the open market, it's like, well, we could draft one instead. And the warts on you are exactly this, that you're a great runner of the football, but we can't keep you on the field on every play, so you can't be a $17 million running back. So I guess one potential outcome, Joe, is he goes to the market and comes back and is like, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's keep the band together. Maybe it ends up being like Milano, right? Milano, we thought he was gone.
For sure we did.
And he's just back and good. And, I suppose I want to leave that door open for Cook, even though it might be unlikely. The door has to be open.
I wonder, too, how motivated he is to... Like, if I could see how a guy who had an incredible game would be fueled by... He played a couple snaps on that last drive, right? But he wasn't out there the whole time. It was more Ty Johnson than it was James Cook. A guy could be fueled by, my coach took me off the field on the biggest drive of the season.
Yeah.
And, like at you asking Joe, like, can he get better in those areas? I would hope he would be motivated by that. Like, man, I'm gonna that's what I'm gonna lock in on this summer, because the hell you're taking me off the field again. But, like, I'm the running back. I'm the starting running back. I want to make the money. I want to be out there when the game's on the line. What do you dream of in your backyard when you're a kid playing football? It's making a catch to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
And he presents right now as a player that wouldn't be on the field for a game-winning catch to win the Super Bowl.
Well, what if again, football can be so specialized with like the positions and the skill sets. This kind of gets to, the picture of Keon Coleman. He's a little stronger now. Did he need to be stronger? Maybe that helps. He needs to be
faster.
He needs to be better in the way he runs routes.
Yeah.
And Kincaid needs to be. They want his play strength up. Okay, if Kincaid's going to get stronger, I do want that. I do not want him so big that he's no longer smooth in the passing game. And if you're Cook, this kind of gets to. I could try and get stronger and become the best pass blocker in the league. And what if it costs me 0.5 yards after contact because I'm not as fast, or I don't hit the hole as fast, So, you've got to make tough decisions here. And sometimes guys go out and make body composition changes on their own. We'll hear, hey, this guard added 10 pounds of muscle, 20 pounds of muscle, whatever it is. So it does kind of lay out how Cook is in a strange spot. He's definitely a great runner of the football.
And from my vantage point, let's say you're faced with Brandon Beane wants you're down 6 or down 5, whatever. Josh Allen's got the ball in his hands. Okay, you're in the exact same spot. You're in Kansas City. It's the AFC Championship game. Who do you want on the field? I'd like James Cook to be a good enough player to where he's on the field. And I'd want Shakir out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd want Coleman to develop into a player who's out there, and he was taken off the field at times during that last drive.
I want Palmer out there.
I don't want an aged receiver that showed up halfway through the season out there on the field. So, and I'm going to want Kincaid to be out there, right? I'm not going to want 12 personnel. I'm not going to want... Ty Johnson's a good player. I guess I'm not going to be offended if Ty Johnson's out there, but, who do they want out there? They want Coleman to develop into a guy that you do not take off the field in that situation. They want Kincaid to develop into a guy you do not take off the field in that situation. Do they want Cook to? Maybe they don't care as much if Cook does.
Maybe not. 803-0550. U.S. Open starts tomorrow. I'm getting excited for that. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. These guys are gonna go nuts. They're going to lose their minds.
This 18 handicappers conversation is getting a lot of run.
Yeah, Justin Thomas's idea?
Yeah.
I've got let's get into that.
What is his name? Byung Hun An said 18 handicappers will not finish a round without volunteers.
Well,
he's on the PGA.
You got to get to what Justin Rose said when we get back, because that's the best comment of all, and I want to flip it around on the pros here and the privilege they get by playing at Oakmont. 803-0550, plenty of time for your calls. If you want to pop in, you can join us here on WGR. Jeremy White here to tell you about AAA. AAA. It feels like there's an acceptance here from Cook, and, we can all kind of just move on.
I think that's right, Jeremy. Few things here. Number one, I don't think anything needed to be forgiven. Use that word, because I don't think anything was ever anybody mad at each other, right? You know what I mean? I don't think that ever happened. He didn't have to be at OTAs. He wasn't. Brandon Beane talked glowingly and said when he'll be here, and we're confident he's going to play for the Buffalo Bills in 2025, and we love Jimbo. So I don't think anything needed to be forgiven. And James Cook, on that note, said that he's not mad at anybody. There's no ill will. He said he said something about the fact that he doesn't have bad feelings against anybody really in life. That's not the kind of person he is. He understands there's a business side of it that goes along with this. So I don't think there was anything that had to be forgiven. I do think though that all of the talk and the speculation, the wondering, all of that is kind of out the window now because he's here, right? And it's not like he's going to show up today and leave. I guess could happen, right? We get out there today and he's not there. It's not going to happen, but that could happen. So he's here, and it's okay, well, that was squash. We did It's Always Game Day in Buffalo yesterday, Matt Bove and I, and people can check it out. It's obviously in your audio feeds and at Sal Sports on YouTube. And one of the things that it struck me was, man, we spent so much time thinking about and talking about James Cook, not just us, but nationally. I think he was the guy. Wouldn't you say more than anyone, he seemed like the guy that people would talk about who might not be at camp? There were other guys, but now, yesterday, it turned to, James Cook's here. But guess who isn't? Terry McLaurin, TJ Watt, Trey Hendrickson, Shamar Stewart, Jonnu Smith. It's just kind of weird, right? That suddenly, that thing in Buffalo, yeah, that's not even a big deal anymore. Look at over here, though, what's going on. And then when it comes to James Cook and his future, I agree with you 100%, which is, I think he realizes that, this is a tough spot for him. He wants to get something done. There's no doubt about that. He even talked about how running backs should be more valued for all that they do, from running the ball and catching the ball and pass blocking. He talked about all of that. He said he'd love to be on the field more. He doesn't keep track of snap counts. But yes, of course, when someone said, would one of your goals be to be on the field more? Yes, all those things. I think that's natural football stuff. But I also think that he wants to show that, hey, I'm very valuable to this team and I'm a valuable player in this league.
Time now for Worst Call Wednesday. Brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center.
18 handicapper, man. No ball spotter. Better bring a few dozen balls. It's got to be 140. Has to be. I mean, and that's just playing conservative, bunting it in front of them 50 yards, 50 yards, 50 yards, 50 yards. I think it's got to be plenty.
Justin Rose says an 18 handicapper without a ball spotter would shoot 140 at Oakmont, which I think is not wrong. I'm glad a professional golfer finally acknowledged the great advantage they get with ball spotters. We are supposed to just take penalties when you hit it in the rough. You can't find it. The ball spotter allows them to hit longer clubs. Oh, they're going to find it over there. I'm going to blast it as far as I can.
Yeah.
I'm Bryson. They'll find that ball, and then I'll hit a lofted club out of this crazy thick rough. It's a fun story. Justin Thomas tweeted something about this. What would an 18 handicapper shoot? And Kyle Porter, who does a great golf newsletter Substack called Normal Sport, he said in 2016, last time the Open was at Oakmont, he played as a 12 handicap. And he parred the first hole and thought he was going to do great, and he shot a 115. 12 handicapper, a 115 at Oakmont. Here's Justin Rose saying an 18 handicapper would shoot a 140.
140.
I believe it. I like the idea of just bunt it through the fairway as a better idea because you can't find your ball. But Justin Thomas said, have a 5, a 10, and an 18 play Monday after the Open. Back tees, full rules of golf, see what happens. Maybe you have to let a couple groups through, allow for 6 to 7 hours, but I think we're all here for it, no?
That's a grind. Full golf rules, though, should include I get a spotter.
Right. That's why
I'm playing U.S. Open rules.
I get a spotter. That's why
you get one.
No spotter. I want to see a pro play without a spotter.
Right.
I want to see a foursome of guys play with no spotter.
Yeah.
Sorry, clock's up. Drop one. Drop it from right. Drop it in the rough. Take a penalty. Drop.
Yeah.
Would they shoot a 92 without a spotter? It's a lot of strokes.
That is.
You could lose one by the green. You could lose one off the fairway.
I'm tweeting back and forth with Byung Hoon An of the PGA Tour right now.
Look at you.
Because he tweeted that 18 handicappers would not finish a round without volunteers.
Because they'd run out of balls.
But without volunteers, like, what would you do without? And he said that we would probably miss 4 to 5 fairways and lose about 2 to 3 balls max. I think he might be underselling it a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, you miss a green, you could lose a ball.
Right, it's not
just off the fairway.
It's not just off the fairway, right? Like if you miss the green by 5 yards, seeing some of the videos from Oakmont, DeChambeau had one of these where he is standing over the ball, the camera's looking right at it, you can't see the golf ball. You wouldn't know it's there without a spotter unless you stepped on it.
I also want to know what these guys might shoot with no gallery to trample down the rough in certain spots when they get the really good lies because they miss so bad.
They also get, if you hit a ball OB, it will go off a fan sometimes and stay right there rather than keep going. So be people there. If you hit their worst shots aren't as bad as they could be because they'll hit people.
Yeah.
And then the ball will stay right there. It's hard to go unless you go over their heads.
What we're saying is they're not that good.
I was just about to say, I'm not saying they're not that good.
They're not that good.
You said it.
Yeah. Hey, the gallery rule. It's why it should be real for all of us. These guys get a big advantage. Bomb driver. Somebody will find it. I'm picking Bryson to win it. There's no trees. There's no jail. Miss it wide.
Rory is not a great pick, it feels like right now, because isn't he going through it with the driver?
A little bit, yep.
He got a new driver, and he was horrible at the Canadian Open with it, and he's already testing things in the practice rounds. I would not feel great about picking him this week.
803-0550 to join us. James Cook at Mandatory Minicamp. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I started digging into some running back stats. What I was looking for was Cook's drop percentage because I think you told me it got a lot better last year.
It did. I could find that very quickly for you, but I think when I saw it the other day, it was 11% 2 years ago, and
Down
this
to
past year it
5?
was 5.
Yeah, manageable.
Yeah.
So what I found was not that. I looked for that, and I gave up because I found something interesting.
Okay.
The top 5 running backs in yards after contact.
Okay.
Per attempt. Who are the top 5 NFL running backs in yards after contact per attempt?
Yards after contact per attempt.
Top 5 NFL running backs last season.
After contact.
Yep, after contact.
Derrick Henry.
Number 1.
Yeah.
2.8 yards per contact.
Saquon? He ran through a lot of open holes. But he also broke a lot of big runs. Saquon.
No.
I guess there were a lot of open holes.
He is 6th.
Okay, that's pretty good.
So the top 5 backs, fun fact here, the next 4 are all tied at number 2.
Oh, okay.
So Henry, 2.8. The next 4 are all even at 2.4 yards after contact per run. Who are those 4 running backs?
Jonathan Taylor.
No.
Breece Hall.
No.
Josh Jacobs.
Yes. 2.4 yards after contact per attempt. He has the lowest yards before contact of this group. Jacobs.
Okay.
You got Henry 1. Jacobs is tied for 2. 3 others are tied for 2nd.
What about Bucky Irving?
No.
He had a really good year, though. All right.
Might be a minimum number of attempts here, but no.
Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
2.4 yards after contact per attempt.
Okay. Oh, what about your boy Bijan?
Correct.
Yeah.
Henry, Gibbs, Bijan, Jacobs. One more.
Is it gettable? Is it hard?
It's gettable.
All right. Devin Achane had a bad year. It's not going to be him. What about Kyron Williams?
Kyron Williams is 7th in this. No.
James Conner?
No.
Did I guess Cook already?
You did not.
Cook.
Yes.
Oh, duh. Forgot I didn't guess Cook. What's the most interesting story with them now? If the Cook story dies here, what's the most interesting story with the Bills between now and the start of the season?
Will Josh Allen win a Super Bowl? That is the entire franchise's existence right now. Will they deliver for him? Right?
More than
it's less. I feel like it is less. Will he deliver for them? And it's more. Will they deliver for him?
That's a good question. What is it more to? Because I wonder if that does to me feel like how most people approach it right now. Is almost the idea that Allen's done his job.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to do yours. McDermott, Bean,
and Allen
the
will
roster, the Kincaid, the defense, all of it.
And Allen will continue to do his job.
Right.
And how will you match it? He's the MVP.
Right. And the season hasn't really gone down with him, not at least swinging. Right?
The only time it did, it was Cincinnati, and it was written off. It was the only time that he had a bad day in the playoffs and they lost.
Well,
and it was written off.
Let me put it this way then. There wasn't a day where the season ended where everybody else did enough and he didn't come through. Right? Because Cincinnati, nobody would have said that about the rest of it.
Sure.
Right? He maybe is fortunate in that he gets lumped in with the rest.
Because nobody did
There's probably a feeling that if Allen had been at his best that day, they still would have lost.
Yes.
Right? And that's maybe why he gets away with it?
Yep. Because they made no stops, basically.
Right.
And that's last year, too. I mean, last year, they had the ball. The last 2 years, they've had the ball down 3.
Yeah.
And the GM and the offensive coordinator have both said, I would take that every time. And, they're 0 for 2, but
yeah,
I don't get too many people that blame him, in part because Diggs had a drop, Kincaid had a drop.
Yeah.
And he's putting the ball where it's got to be.
Bills mandatory minicamp starting yesterday. James Cook was on hand, and he was participating, so no hold-in for him, didn't skip it, and said he would be at training camp as well. So you can hear from Cook on our website, WGR550.com. He, Josh Allen, and Sean McDermott all speaking with the media yesterday. The Bills signing Shaq Thompson, former linebacker of the Carolina Panthers, 10-year career there. Started over 100 games in the league. Bills add him to their linebacker depth. Jonnu Smith holding out in Miami. Add that to the list of Trey Hendrickson, Terry McLaurin, TJ Watt, among others that are all holding out in the NFL for new deals. NBA Finals tonight. Game 3 at 8:30 between the Thunder and the Pacers. That series is tied at 1 game apiece. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
At this point, is it more likely that Trey Hendrickson is a Bengal or that he gets traded?
I think it's more likely he's a Bengal because I think we're so far along into the offseason that for another team to trade from, it wouldn't be easy. But if we go back, we saw Khalil Mack traded in September. So teams make space for great players. And Trey Hendrickson's a great player. It's in both sides' best interest to get this done. But these two sides have struggled to get it done. And yeah, you think that Pittsburgh would figure out a way, but you think Cincinnati would as well. And I'm sure Dallas will too. And my guess would be that by the end of the summer, all three players will have their deals. But here we are in mid-June, and they currently don't.
Adam Schefter. Did you happen to see any of the tweets from our buddy Andrew Filipponi there in Pittsburgh?
I did not.
About TJ Watt?
I saw a poll about who's better, Baker Mayfield or Aaron Rodgers.
Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield by a mile.
Right now, Baker Mayfield's a better quarterback. That's what I would say.
No. What is he tweeting about?
All right, look at you.
About TJ Watt.
It's about TJ Watt. TJ Watt. He is very good. He is looking for a new contract because he doesn't have one. You know, in the case of a lot of these players, they're playing without a safety net. And for Watt and for Hendrickson, they're old enough to say, if I got hurt, it might be really over for me. So I'd like $65 million guaranteed right now. Yeah, that makes sense. And for TJ Watt, who has been one of the best players in football, defensive players in football, his cap hit this year is $30 million. He's on the fourth year of a 4-year, $112 million deal, $28 million a year. So it's not like, hey, I want to raise. This is, what if they offered him 3 more years, $75 million? That's probably not enough. Maybe 3 years, $100 million, $35 million, $33 million a year. It's a raise, and it's more guaranteed money. Andrew on TJ Watt posed a potential trade idea and said, in true Andrew fashion, he would crawl over broken glass with TJ Watt on his back and deliver him to Seattle, I think was the team.
Okay.
And the price for Watt was a first and a fourth. For a first and a fourth, he would get
Detroit, by the way, was the team.
Detroit. Okay, Detroit.
Yeah.
Maybe because
a first and a fourth?
A first and a fourth.
Are you saying that's a good idea for the Bills?
I guess what I'm saying is you've got somebody that talks Steelers that's willing to take a trade.
Yeah.
And this is a player he says is the best in football, better than Garrett. He's constantly defending Watt as one of the best in football, better than Garrett. And would you want to make a trade for TJ Watt? Another part of this is it was a 2027 first in this potential trade offer. Not even next year's first. The year after for TJ Watt.
Okay. Is that because the Lions have their first, don't they?
I think so.
I don't know why they wouldn't.
You want to make that trade? You want to give up a first for TJ Watt?
Yes. Why, though, does he give me more pause
it's tough to get.
It's tough to get there with what they've already done.
Well, these players don't get moved. That's another big part of this.
That.
Garrett didn't get moved. Crosby didn't get moved. They got Hendrickson and Watt still holding out, and they're probably not going to get moved. It's the way that it goes. 803-0550. To CJ in Buffalo. Hey, CJ.
Hey, guys. Hey, I agree with everything you're saying. I just have a question. I don't think anything the Bills do is wrong, but at what point, I know last week you said, you're waiting for the big Bean move. I know they call him Big Baller Bean, but you're waiting for the next Bean move. Yeah. And we didn't do it at receiver. My thing is, yes, we can make it happen, but I also called before, I used the word complacency. I don't think they're complacent, but I do think they lost their edge. I'm tired of being a nice guy in the AFC. We're never the guy that steps on anybody's throat in the playoffs when it comes to the big dogs. Like, we keep losing to either the Bengals or the Chiefs or somebody random. Let's actually go get somebody and say, I don't care who you are, we're going to win. The Eagles grabbed Saquon Barkley. Did they need him? No. Would they have won the Super Bowl without him? I think so, based off that defense, personally. But they still went and got that guy. Let's go get that guy. He's available. We didn't do it this offseason. Whether we have the money or not, I guarantee he can make it. The GM can make it happen. Let's make it happen. Like, what are we waiting for? Yes, Josh Allen's getting older. Yes, we have obviously a plan to keep success long-term on this team every year. Like, we do good every year. We can have this conversation every year. But right now, let's go win. Like, the AFC is loaded. These teams aren't getting worse. They're getting better. Let's go win.
All right. Thanks, CJ.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to, does the opportunity present itself? The Bills could have been making calls about Myles Garrett, but if they don't want to take you up on that deal, then, and that's that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the GM still, of course, has it in there to swing big when the time is right.
Yep. That's the disappointing part, is maybe the time isn't right, and if one of these guys were going to get dealt, I'm not sure that they could do it. Because I do still think they need... I don't know. It's a maybe. I don't know how much better their defensive line is actually going to be. I hope it's better. I hope Landon Jackson's able to show up and produce right away, and that Joey Bosa can play 14 games this year and then be healthy by the time the playoffs come. And that Michael Hoyt is going to be some Swiss Army knife playing a bunch of different positions and makes an impact. But how confident are we that their defensive line is actually going to show up and be like one of these monster defensive lines around the league? Like, I don't know. I'm not totally confident of that. More hopeful than I would say I'm confident of it. But if you added a guy like we're talking about, Watt or Hendrickson, I mean, I'm there. Because now I've got depth, and now I've got the star at the top of it.
Yep.
And I think they're just lacking that star pass rusher, and they kind of have been the whole time, other than half a season with Von Miller, and we saw what that looked like.
It looked amazing.
It looked awesome.
Yeah, they were great.
And, this coach and GM have been here for 90 games, 100 games of football, and I've had that for 8 of them. It's okay to me if your secondary is elite. If your secondary is elite, then I don't have as much desire for, my defensive line's also got to be unbelievable. But, there are question marks there too. A rookie maybe starting and a safety in year number 2 that I have no idea what I'm going to get there. And the other safety they seem to love, and I think he's probably only pretty good at best. So, I'm hopeful that their defense is going to be a lot better than it was last year. But, tell me the player they've added defensively this year where you're lock solid sure that dude's going to be awesome. Who's the one guy? You wouldn't have one guy.
I don't have a lock.
You'd list off 8 for me.
You'd list off a bunch of pieces I think might work. Like, I'm really eager to see Hoyt. Since the moment they signed him, that's been the one to me. It's like, I like this idea of what he might bring. And Hairston, there's a lot to like,
Right. Like, those guys could do it. Those guys could do it.
But locks, no, they don't have one. They have a lock on offense to go to where they're supposed to. I mean, Shakir is Shakir the next step. Kincaid to his potential. Coleman to his potential. Palmer to be that guy.
I'd almost say I'm as sure Palmer will produce this year than I would say about any player they added on defense.
Yeah.
More sure. Because a lot of it's the Bosa injury. If Bosa didn't have these injury problems and already wasn't there, I mean, I guess he wouldn't be on the team. It's part of the reason he's available. He'd be my answer. But I can't count on that. Palmer is pretty good, and they committed to him, and he plays outside, which I think they kind of lack. So, of all the players, I know their offseason was all about defense, and they did the most things on defense. But I think if you ask the player they've added this offseason that I'm most sure will make an impact for them, I think I'd say Palmer. And their only offensive ad of the year, him and Moore.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, it's Joe's birthday.
It's my birthday, and I found the exercise that makes me feel the most old.
Burpees. No, sorry. I know what you meant. Listen.
Sitting here doing burpees during
a moment for burpees. Burpees
are round of applause. He doesn't even get that to do.
Oh, burpees are the worst.
Burpees are tough.
I do plenty of exercising in my life in the last 30, and nothing is worse than burpees. Burpees are the worst.
Ooh, is nothing worse than burpees?
Planking's pretty bad.
I would.
Planking is
how long? A plank for a minute and a half.
How long?
Or do 4 burpees? I'll pick the plank. Burpees are terrible.
Yeah, nobody enjoys.
Especially when as you get older, my hips don't do that anymore.
What about just a straight pull-up?
Would rather do a pull-up than a burpee.
Okay.
Sorry, I hijacked.
No, I think I agree with you.
I hijacked your point. You're like an exercise, and I went to the burpees because I was.
We started talking about actual exercises.
So what is the exercise that makes you feel old?
The exercise making me feel old is one that my brother started texting me. Is running backs that I am the same age or older than. And let me tell you, that's not a fun exercise. How about me being the same age as Todd Gurley?
Who's been out of the league for, a couple of years?
Nothing's made me feel older today yet than him telling me I'm the same age as Todd Gurley. Right, how long has he been out of the league? 5 years?
I was going to say, in fantasy years, Gurley's like 85.
Oh, my goodness.
Right?
Same age as Sony Michel.
Yeah, in fantasy years. We got to start using that phrase. Fantasy years. Zeke. How old is Zeke?
Zeke's 29.
Wow. In fantasy
years,
he's
How is that dude only 29? He's 34. I'm older than Ezekiel Elliott.
You always have been.
True. Leonard Fournette.
Oh.
Dalvin Cook.
Good old playoff Lenny.
Marlon Mack.
Who? Colts?
That's a fantasy poll, I guess.
That's a deep one.
Running backs. Running backs is the way to feel old.
30 years old.
Like for you. Like you could still look up at Aaron Rodgers and be like, I'm not that old. There's a guy near my age still playing in the NFL. But if I were to start looking up 46-year-old running backs, I bet you would feel like 100.
Hold on. Let me try to nail one 46-year-old running back, okay?
Okay.
So I'm born in 1979. That means that running...
You're 46, right?
Yeah. Well, 46 next month.
40. Okay.
Oh, sorry. In 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today.
2 weeks. Yeah.
Okay. 2 weeks. I turned 46. So I was born in 79.
Okay.
That means the running back is drafted like 99 or 2000, right there.
Okay.
So a running back that's going to be drafted around, because you're 20 or you're 21 or 22, so a 2001 running back.
Mm-hmm.
LaDainian Tomlinson's probably my age.
Yes, 2001 draft. Yep.
Is he 45, about to be 46?
He is 45.
There you go.
So he's younger than you.
When's his birthday?
June 23rd.
Yeah, I got a guy 2 days away from me. Somebody else. That's a new game. This is a new party game. An athlete as close to your age as possible.
Yeah.
I missed by 2 days?
Pretty darn good. But Josh, as Josh would tell you, as you missed the 4-minute mark by 4 seconds yesterday, talking about James Cook.
I'm hot.
You actually were wrong.
Listen, if you score a goal 4 seconds after a period ends, the referee doesn't award you the goal.
Right. What he's saying is what you just did, even with Tomlinson, is you hit a buzzer beater shot, but the ball left your hand 0.2 seconds after the buzzer.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't count. It's dead.
What these two,
no, it's pretty impressive.
What these two are talking about is yesterday I said, as we signed off the show, we're going to find out that James Cook's at training camp 4 minutes after we're done. And 3 minutes and 56 seconds after I said that, Rappaport tweeted it.
Yeah. And he probably took him 20 seconds to type it out.
It takes you 4 seconds to read it.
Right. So, no, you got a guy within 2 days of your birthday. Other running backs in that draft class, I'd imagine they're all close to the same.
Okay, Tomlinson goes
5th overall.
Yeah, 5th
there
overall.
There were 3
Chargers.
first-round running backs that year.
Okay. 2001, Curtis Enos?
No.
Is he 2000, Penn State? Is he earlier than that? Who else is in that 2000? That's not Kajana Carter.
No.
He's earlier than that, too.
Yeah. There were 3 second-round running backs, by the way, 2 of which played for the Bills.
Second-round running backs in the 2001 draft?
Yep. 3 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks.
Travis Henry?
And then the A-Train.
Anthony Thomas?
The other 2 first-round running backs. New Orleans.
Ricky Williams?
Nope.
Deuce McAllister. See, that's not as bad as I thought this would have gone. Like, Deuce McAllister, I remember Deuce McAllister. Isn't he coaching a college team?
Is he? I don't know.
And who's the other?
Michael Bennett.
Minnesota,
not a player I have any memory of.
He was drafted by the Vikings?
Yep. How about Lamont Jordan?
Yeah, very little.
Yeah, this isn't as bad for you as I thought it would be.
I want you guys.
The year before, Sean Alexander.
I want you guys to play the game of find an athlete just as old as you, and I dare you to get within 2 days. Granted, it was kind of an accident because I didn't know his birthday was in June, but
right, June 23rd.
Man, he's almost one of my birthday bros.
Almost.
Carlos Delgado is. So is Jonas Enroth.
He keeps going back to Carlos Delgado.
It's one of the ones I remember. He's tweeted happy birthday to me. We're friends.
Yeah.
I've got some. I got
Wait, Delgado or Enroth?
Both.
Both?
They're both birthday bros.
But you have tweeted.
Oh, I've texted Jonas happy birthday.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I had his number. I don't remember why.
I can tell you off air. It's not an Enroth story. Just it's the 3rd time he's come up this week for me.
Yeah.
I was on a podcast in Sweden talking about the Sabres earlier in the year, and he came up because he still plays there, I guess. And then a friend of mine said that they went to Enroth's wedding.
Oh. I think he just had a baby.
So,
Chase Young for me.
Chase Young?
April 14th, 1999.
You just looked it up? You didn't play the game?
Yeah, you didn't play
You said to look it up.
I said to play the game.
He played the game.
I thought this
totally
was playing
wrong.
the game.
You're supposed
totally wrong.
You don't just Google who was born near my birthday. I went back in time. I was like, all right, well, if I'm going to be about 20 years old, that's the 99 draft, 2000, 2001. How about Tomlinson? You just Googled the day? Jeez.
I thought we had to just look around and figure it out. That's kind of part of the game. You have to figure out
that
who's
isn't
close to you.
That isn't a game. That's not a game. That's just Googling.
You just searched it.
Terrible. This is. If we had a penalty box, we would have to send Josh to it right now.
Jeez. Owen, you want to play the game?
In the penalty box.
I'll play the game. I have not searched up
any good.
dates.
Yeah.
I was thinking. My first thought was my draft class, my NHL draft class.
Okay.
The first name that I thought of that I remember, I think might be an early birthday, is Timothy Stützle.
Okay.
So I don't know if I'll look it up now or if someone else wants.
I'm already on apparently I'm the Google master.
Well, I guess so.
Yeah.
Watch him get Stützle to a day and.
So I'm January 4th.
January 4th of 2002.
2002.
Okay. You're 11 days off.
Whoa! Look at us.
That's pretty good.
January 15th of 2002.
Look at us.
There we go.
See, if you play the game the right way, Josh, you get credit.
Well, I know one off the top of my head that I did not Google is Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. He's April 5th, I think.
Okay, and you are?
April 16th.
Okay, 11 days.
All right.
What a game we've invented here for Joe's birthday.
How close to your birthday can you get an athlete? Luukkonen, by the way, March 9th.
Oh. No. Wrong again!
Wrong again.
All right, you're terrible at this game.
He needs the Google.
How good do you think you could be at it with golfers?
Golfers my age?
Pro golfers.
Very bad.
Very bad?
Draft year locks you in like a 3-year window.
Yeah,
you
okay,
feel
that's right.
kind of confident.
Because you're within a range. No one's going to be...
I mean, you told me NFL running backs. That means I could go NBA players. I could go NHL players.
Yeah, that's right.
Draft makes it key. A golfer that's 45. Oh, Dustin Johnson. How old is he? I saw he says he's still got years left. He wants to get back to the grind and find his game again.
He's 40.
Okay.
He should start playing golf more than 6 times a year if he wants to do that.
All right. We'll get a break in because we're very, very late. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. Happy early birthday, LaDainian Tomlinson. Less than 2 weeks away. And happy birthday to Joe. Call Joe and wish happy birthday, right? Why not? Go for it. We have open lines. You can give him advice.
Memories of your 30th.
Yeah. All right. Break time here on WGR. It feels like there's an acceptance here from Cook, and, we can all kind of just move on.
I think that's right, Jeremy. Few things here. Number one, I don't think anything needed to be forgiven. Use that word, because I don't think anything was ever anybody mad at each other, right? You know what I mean? I don't think that ever happened. He didn't have to be at OTAs. He wasn't. Brandon Beane talked glowingly and said when he'll be here, and we're confident he's going to play for the Buffalo Bills in 2025, and we love Jimbo. So I don't think anything need to be forgiven. And James Cook, on that note, said that he's not mad at anybody. There's no ill will. He said he said something about the fact that he doesn't have bad feelings against anybody really in life. That's not the kind of person he is. He understands there's a business side of it that goes along with this. So I don't think there was anything that had to be forgiven. I do think though that all of the talk and the speculation, the wondering, all of that is kind of out the window now because he's here, right? And it's not like he's going to show up today and leave. I guess that could happen, right? We get out there today and he's not there. It's not going to happen, but that could happen. So he's here, and it's okay, well, that was squash. We did It's Always Game Day in Buffalo yesterday, Matt Bove and I, and people can check it out. It's obviously in your audio feeds and at Sal Sports on YouTube. And one of the things that it struck me was, man, we spent so much time thinking about and talking about James Cook, not just us, but nationally. I think he was the guy. Wouldn't you say more than anyone, he seemed like the guy that people would talk about who might not be at camp? There were other guys, but now, yesterday, it turned to, James Cook's here. But guess who isn't? Terry McLaurin, TJ Watt, Trey Hendrickson, Shamar Stewart, Jonnu Smith. It's just kind of weird, right? That suddenly, that thing in Buffalo, yeah, that's not even a big deal anymore. Look at over here, though, what's going on. And then when it comes to James Cook and his future, I agree with you 100%, which is, I think he realizes that, this is a tough spot for him. He wants to get something done. There's no doubt about that. He even talked about how running backs should be more valued for all that they do, from running the ball and catching the ball and pass blocking. He talked about all of that. He said he'd love to be on the field more. He doesn't keep track of snap counts, but yes, of course, when someone said, would one of your goals be to be on the field more? Yes, all those things. I think that's natural football stuff, but I also think that he wants to show that I'm very valuable to this team and I'm a valuable player in this league.
On that position, Sal, Jair Alexander being released yesterday, and there was a report from Jordan Schultz that the Bills had been talking to the Packers earlier in the offseason about him. I mean, I would guess that was before the draft and before they signed Tre'Davious White. So with those moves happening probably since then, would you imagine that there's no, even though they showed interest earlier in the offseason, that they've done too much at the position for there to be a fit still?
Seems like it would be really unlikely, Joe. I mean, if it's a player they're very interested in, you never know, right? They could say, look, he's still an upgrade over what we have and what we can be here, there's no doubt that could be the case. So I would never rule it completely out. But I do think, you think about the work they did, and I'll even go beyond that. It's not just, they re-signed Tre'Davious White, brought him back, Dane Jackson, drafted Max Harrison, drafted Dorian Strong, who I think has looked pretty good as a later round pick. Like, you've just added so much to that position, and I think you need these guys. You need a couple of young guys to come along and play. And, yeah, I just don't know if there's enough room now to do something like that. And let's also remember, now that he's getting released or been released, he has a say. If you're Jair Alexander, you get traded to the Bills, okay, well, you're on the Bills or wherever. Now it's like, well, I'm going to a team that just drafted a first-round guy, and they brought back a beloved player who really knows their system. I don't know if he would think that that's the best opportunity for him.
We all agree Trey will be right? But technically he's still 1% wrong for being under contract. In my case, I'm 100% right, so it should be a no-brainer. Trey's case, I think it should be a no-brainer too. He led 17.5 sacks 2 years back-to-back. If I was the GM or I was the owner, take all my money. But I guess they don't operate like that.
All hail Shamar Stewart, rookie. If I was the owner, that's a great start. He's not wrong.
If I were the owner.
He's definitely not wrong. The Bengals are, making fools of themselves with the Trey Hendrickson situation, and their first-round pick is unsigned because of the same kind of, frugal ownership.
Yeah. They also just cut their starting linebacker because he wanted more.
It's funny. The Bengals tried, and a lot of the Bengals, people that cover the Bengals came on this station and said, nah, you know what? That reputation, it might not be there anymore. They pay, and then right back to it this offseason.
Yeah.
There they are again, the Bengals. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on Joe's 30th birthday.
Do you know what my wife had the audacity to say to me yesterday?
Thank God you brought this up.
This is not actually have anything to do with my birthday, though.
This is great, because in our shared note for preparation, I saw the line, what my wife said to me, and I thought, did I write that and forget what I wrote?
No.
That's what you do when you're 45. You are unsure if you wrote yourself a note.
Yeah, no, I had to remind myself because I was offended at the comment of less than 3 months until pumpkin spice.
All right.
At a popular coffee place, whatever. We're less than 3 months away.
Because pumpkin spice season starts in September?
Yeah. And then
July, August, September.
I saw someone on Twitter immediately after. Who's doing this to themselves? The weather just got nice, and the countdown to the days when it snowed first last year, and it's not that far away. What is everybody doing to me?
Yeah,
and doing to us? It just got nice out. Finally,
it really is nice out. It's been beautiful.
It's been a great week.
June has been a nice bounce back from May. Because May was a mess.
May was one of the worst Mays I've ever seen, for sure.
This June has been, been fantastic.
Yeah, so we might not get a lot of it this year. We might get, 3 months of, really, really good weather until we get to the fall. Fall's always good, too. So, yeah, less than 3 months until pumpkin spice. They also do that very early there, a lot earlier than they probably should, as a lot, you'll see Halloween decorations, 3 months early, everyone does everything too early. But let's enjoy the summer.
Yeah.
Please.
We are less than, I had this in the notes on Monday. Monday was 2 months from the Bills' first preseason game.
Okay, against the Giants?
Mm-hmm. August 9th.
So we're less than 2 months from the first preseason game?
Yeah.
All right. The preseason. Is James Cook going to play in the preseason?
I hope not.
There's no reason for him to play even if there isn't a contract, right?
Yeah, that's one spot where the Bills might even play ball with him.
Yeah.
Hey, you're back. We know you don't have a contract. The Bills do this. If a guy wants to play, they might put him in. And if he doesn't want to play, especially without a contract and without you know what? Sure, buddy. You don't have to play in the preseason. Every rep you're going to take, there's an injury risk, and let's not add a few more in a game against the Giants in August.
Right.
I feel like that makes sense.
Right. Jackson Dart will get here, though.
Is he going to be good?
I'm very skeptical of him being good.
I don't mind him as a late quarterback pick in fantasy. I think he's a good low risk bet.
He's in the right environment. What scares me about him still is that stat that 86% of his dropbacks last year, or no, what was it? 80.
He only
14. It was like 14% of his dropbacks were like normal
true dropbacks. Yeah, he rolled out and he threw screens,
RPOs, and like everything was different. So that doesn't mean he can't learn that stuff in the NFL, but if he's not experienced at all playing NFL quarterback the way an NFL quarterback typically would play, then I would be a little afraid of that. So I don't know. I would probably bet against him being really good. Big numbers.
Yep.
Last year. It's a hilarious picture yesterday of Jameis Winston running in full sprint.
Wearing number 19?
18, I think.
I think it's 19. I think
Was it
Winston's
19?
wearing 19. You want to play a fun golf game right here?
Yes.
Josh,
it is 19, by the way.
Can you get the thrill of victory, the Masters coverage theme? I saw, one of these engagement posts on Twitter, wherever, Instagram, and I thought we could spend 3 minutes doing this if you want. So, all right, all four of us, Joe, Owen, Josh.
Okay.
Rank the four majors for you individually. Rank the four majors.
Rank them?
Rank them.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Where do they come in for you?
All right. Number 1 is the Masters.
100% Masters.
It's number 1.
Okay. Universal number 1, Masters.
Okay.
Number 2. I'll go first this time.
Go ahead.
U.S. Open.
Okay. Open Championship for me.
U.S. Open.
I think it's got to be the U.S. Open just with the courses they played at.
Okay.
I like the different style. I like that it's on early also. Whenever they're at St. Andrews. I just like how it's different.
Okay.
The variety of it.
Now we rank number 3, and now we've started to deviate a little bit.
I would go U.S. Open 3rd.
PGA.
Whoa.
Open Championship.
Yeah, the Open's 3rd for me, for sure.
It made me realize I put the Open Championship 4th. Meh.
Really?
Yep.
Why?
It's not appealing on TV. It rarely looks pretty. You can't. The greens are. I mean, what I get is, it looks like it's sparsely attended on the landscape. Listen, it's beautiful. It's the history of golf. I get that.
Wait a minute.
It being on early is actually a bad thing. I get to 3:00 on a Sunday with the Open Championship. I'm done. What am I going to do for the rest of the day? I'd like to watch some more golf.
No. I want to be able to do other things during the day and watch golf. I don't want my whole day to just be sitting and watching golf in the middle of July.
Open Championship 4th. I said it.
I think it's so visually striking just because of how different it is.
And listen, he's saying it's never pretty. Mr. Fall is elite. What tournament looks the most like fall? It is the Open Championship.
It looks nothing like fall. There's no fall colors. Britain doesn't have trees.
You get the tall heather. That looks like fall, right?
Don't Google that. They probably have trees.
Britain has no trees. These courses don't appear.
They
to
did
have
cut
trees.
a lot of them down in Ireland. Ireland doesn't have a lot of trees.
I mean, doesn't a links course have to not have many trees or any?
Oakmont, by the way, is going to look like an Open Championship course. It's a links course. They cut down all the trees.
See, I like that it's. Give me a tournament where it's gray and windy.
Windy.
Give me the weather.
Really battle weather.
Yeah, I want that's right. That's a battle.
Yeah, like the Open, the U.S. Open is always a test against the course. I feel like the British is always a little more like battling Earth.
Battling Earth is a great exactly.
Instead of battling the course?
battling Earth in the Open Championship.
When you can just blast it over a hotel.
U.S. Open, you're just battling the jerk greenskeeper who decided to make the course 10,000 times more difficult than it needed to.
What do you battle at the other two? The Masters is like legacy.
The Masters is
rules.
The greens are difficult.
Rules.
It's a tough course. The PGA is getting better. I think the PGA is getting better. I think it's slotted in on the calendar appropriately.
I like that part. I do like where it is.
I agree
in
with
the
that.
year.
And they get some great courses.
It should be higher because they play it in Rochester sometimes.
So the other thing...
Bingo.
Okay, sure. The other thing, though, about the Open Championship that I think should give it a little more credit, what's happening while the Masters are going on? Everything.
Yeah.
Playoffs, the draft, what's happening during the PGA Championship? Playoffs, everything.
Yep.
What's happening during the U.S. Open? The finals in both sports. What's happening when the Open Championship's on? Nothing. It is your saving grace. It gets you through a month with no other sports, except baseball. It bridges the gap for you. We need the Open Championship more than we need the others.
To that point, what produces the best champions?
The U.S. Open has to, right? That's what I always
What produces
your last?
Does Augusta do that?
Your last 10 winners at the Open Championship: Xander, Brian Harmon, Cam Smith, Morikawa, Shane Lowry, Molinari, Spieth, Stenson, Zach Johnson, Rory.
All right, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty darn good. I like that group. Like Brian Harmon is maybe the only one that kind of sticks out there.
PGA, the last 10 winners.
How about the fact it's been 6 years since someone from Europe won?
Xander, Brooks, Phil, Morikawa, Brooks, Justin Thomas. Then there's Jimmy Walker in there.
Jimmy Walker.
Anyway,
there's a Y.E. Yang somewhere in the PGA winners list.
Yeah, and a Rich Beam. Far enough back.
Yeah,
when he won 2002, Rich Beam. Sean McKeel, of course, here at Oak Hill. All right, Extended Sports. Then we're wrapping, handing it off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. I started digging into some running back stats. What I was looking for was Cook's drop percentage because I think you told me it got a lot better last year.
It did. I could find that very quickly for you, but I think when I saw it the other day, it was 11% 2 years ago, and this past year it was 5%.
Yeah, manageable.
Yeah.
So what I found was not that. I looked for that, and I gave up because I found something interesting.
Okay.
The top 5 running backs in yards after contact.
Okay.
Per attempt. Who are the top 5 NFL running backs in yards after contact per attempt?
Yards after contact per attempt.
Top 5 NFL running backs last season.
After contact.
Yep, after contact.
Derrick Henry.
Number 1.
Yeah.
2.8 yards per contact.
Saquon? Nah, he ran through a lot of open holes. But he also broke a lot of big runs. Saquon.
No.
Wow. I guess there were a lot of open holes.
He is 6th.
Okay, that's pretty good.
So the top 5 backs, fun fact here, the next 4 are all tied at number 2.
Oh, okay.
So Henry, 2.8. The next 4 are all even at 2.4 yards after contact per run. Who are those 4 running backs?
Jonathan Taylor.
No.
Breece Hall.
No.
Josh Jacobs.
Yes. 2.4 yards after contact per attempt. He has the lowest yards before contact of this group. Jacobs.
Okay.
You got Henry 1. Jacobs is tied for 2. 3 others are tied for 2nd.
What about Bucky Irving?
No.
He had a really good year, though. All right.
Might be a minimum number of attempts here, but no.
Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
2.4 yards after contact per attempt.
Okay. Oh, what about your boy Bijan?
Correct.
Yeah.
Henry, Gibbs, Bijan, Jacobs. One more.
Is it gettable? Is it hard?
It's gettable.
All right. Devin Achan had a bad year. It's not going to be him. What about Kyron Williams?
Kyron Williams is 7th in this. No.
James Conner?
No.
Did I guess Cook already?
You did not.
Cook.
Yes.
Oh, duh. Forgot I didn't guess Cook.
It feels like there's an acceptance here from Cook, and, we can all kind of just move on.
I think that's right, Jeremy. Few things here. Number one, I don't think anything needed to be forgiven. Use that word, because I don't think anything was ever anybody mad at each other, right? You know what I mean? I don't think that ever happened. He didn't have to be at OTAs. He wasn't. Brandon Beane talked glowingly and said when he'll be here, and we're confident he's going to play for the Buffalo Bills in 2025, and we love Jimbo. So I don't think anything needed to be forgiven. And James Cook, on that note, said that he's not mad at anybody. There's no ill will. He said he said something about the fact that he doesn't have bad feelings against anybody really in life. That's not the kind of person he is. He understands there's a business side of it that goes along with this. So I don't think there was anything that had to be forgiven. I do think though that all of the talk and the speculation, the wondering, all of that is kind of out the window now because he's here, right? And it's not like he's going to show up today and leave. I guess could happen, right? We get out there today and he's not there. It's not going to happen, but that could happen. So he's here, and it's okay, well, that was squash. We did It's Always Game Day in Buffalo yesterday, Matt Bove and I, and people could check it out. It's obviously in your audio feeds and at Sal Sports on YouTube. And one of the things that it struck me was, man, we spent so much time thinking about and talking about James Cook, not just us, but nationally. I think he was the guy. Wouldn't you say more than anyone, he seemed like the guy that people would talk about who might not be at camp? There were other guys, but now, yesterday, it turned to, James Cook's here. But guess who isn't? Terry McLaurin, TJ Watt, Trey Hendrickson, Shamar Stewart, Jonnu Smith. It's just kind of weird, right? That suddenly, that thing in Buffalo, yeah, that's not even a big deal anymore. Look at over here, though, what's going on. And then when it comes to James Cook and his future, I agree with you 100%, which is, I think he realizes that, this is a tough spot for him. He wants to get something done. There's no doubt about that. He even talked about how running backs should be more valued for all that they do, from running the ball and catching the ball and pass blocking. He talked about all of that. He said he'd love to be on the field more. He doesn't keep track of snap counts. But yes, of course, when someone said, would one of your goals be to be on the field more? Yes, all those things. I think that's natural football stuff. But I also think that he wants to show that, hey, I'm very valuable to this team and I'm a valuable player in this league.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, we'll have someone in their 40s, someone in their 30s, and 2 guys in their 20s on this show.
Yep. Well,
what are you doing for your birthday? Anything good?
We're going to my favorite restaurant tonight up in Canada and playing some golf tomorrow. So nothing crazy today.
U.S. Open tee times tomorrow start at 10 a.m.? 10:45.
Yes.
6:45. 6:45 a.m.
Yeah.
Matt Vogt, I believe. Vogt is how I say his name. This guy is a dentist. You know him? Have you seen his story? Matt Vogt. He is in the first group, and he is in the U.S. Open. He is qualified. He is a dentist.
Okay.
34 years old.
He's actually a dentist? Okay.
Yes.
I thought maybe you got Seinfeld storylines mixed in by accident. Because wasn't there a dentist John Voight episode of Seinfeld?
Oh, okay. Yeah, John Voight bit a pen, and they had a dentist look at it.
And then he bit Kramer's arm.
Ready? Here's the PGA headline for dentist Matt Vogt. Not just filling U.S. Open field.
Jeez.
He used to caddy at Oakmont. His story is super cool. He used to caddy there. It's his home course.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Cool. He would have been at this game, he would have been at this tournament either way because they live 20 minutes from Oakmont. But, yeah. he qualified.
All right. What are his odds to win?
Oh, boy.
Get him throw him in a parlay. If you were... No, actually, he would get in trouble for this. If I qualified, I bet on myself. But I don't think you could do that. It's probably illegal.
He is 6'6".
Wow.
Dentist, golfer, playing at the U.S. Open. Matt Vogt.
He is not last in odds.
No?
He's plus 250,000.
Love that.
You can get James Hahn and Noah Kent at plus 500,000.
So plus 250,000 means if you bet $1, you get $2,500 if he wins?
Yes.
This home course? You know what I'm going to do with that $5 I won on that James Cook bet? I should put it right on the 6'6" dentist.
Yeah. For 50 grand. No, wait.
$5,000.
$5
for $5,000.
No. If $1 was
$2,500? Oh, yeah. Okay, so $5 would be
$12,000. $12,500.
Imagine I turned James Cook into $12,500 on Matt Vogt, a 6'6" dentist from Pennsylvania, winning it.
Yep.
All right. We're back tomorrow. We'll, of course, have coverage of the U.S. Open. Excited for it. The course versus the players starts tomorrow, 6:45. So I'm sure we'll have highlights early on of guys just melting down. Should be good. We're back tomorrow. Thanks for calling, texting, chatting, watching on YouTube, all that good stuff. Extra Point shows up next.